Chapter 100. Natalia and I turned around. We had been to this cave before. This was the cave where Natalia and I had found Avina. However, we didn't have enough time to search this cave. Now that we were here, there were many black crows waiting for us at the entrance. The five of us decided to search the cave to see if there was another way out. After walking for a short distance, we saw the wooden stake that Avina had been tied up on. Yes, this was the place. Walking along the entrance of the cave, there was actually a passageway. The key problem was that there were actually traces of man-made carvings here. This was a man-made natural cave. The deeper they went, the wider the passageway became. Not only that, there were torches on the walls along the way. With the light from the torch in Lofis's hand, we went deeper into the cave. Suddenly, it became clear. Not only were there bridges and flowing water, but there were also some ruins. It looked like a small town in the cave. However, no one lived here. It was as quiet as death. We saw that the water was flowing, and we were thirsty. Moreover, the water was clear. I held the water in my hands and drank. The water was sweet, so it shouldn't be poisonous. Seeing that I was fine, we all came to drink. After quenching our thirst, we ate something and rested for a while. Then, we continued to explore the huge cave. As we walked, Natalia said that her stomach hurt. Then, Flance and Lofis felt the same. Only Avina and I were fine. Was there something wrong with the water? But it couldn't be. Avina and I were fine. However, the three of them recovered quickly. They suppressed the pain with their strong endurance. After passing through the maze-like ruins, we saw a stone bridge in front of us. The stone bridge seemed to be formed naturally. It was connected to the other side. On both sides of the bridge was a bottomless abyss. We had to step on the bridge to see what was on the other side. Looking from the bridge, a cold wind seemed to blow from the underworld. The dark abyss made our hair stand on end. We couldn't help but take a step back. The stone bridge was so long that we couldn't see the other side. When we were halfway there, the five of us saw what looked like a palace on the other side, but we could see a lot of green light. It wasn't until we reached the end of the bridge that we could see the scene in front of us. In front of us was a gigantic temple, carved with many creatures that we had never seen before. What made this temple different from the others was that it emitted a faint green light that illuminated the dark cave. Like a city of the underworld, this was actually the shrine of Hersendes, the home of the Witch King. Finally, we arrived at Lancelot's lair. The five of us hugged each other happily. We knew what we were about to face, and we knew how dangerous it was, but we had to do it. We snuck into the huge temple. There were two huge statues of monsters at the entrance. After entering the temple, there was not a single sound in the surroundings, nor was there any trace of the enemy. At this moment, unbeknownst to us, 12 powerful undead appeared out of nowhere from the dark void around us. These 12 undead creatures slowly surrounded the five of us. They were the legendary 12 necromancers. By the time we discovered them, it was too late. Hurry up and find Lancelot. Don't waste time and energy here. Leave this place to us, Natalia said to me. At this moment, on the city walls of Kellendil, there was a sea of corpses. It was already a sea of corpses. Most of the archers and crossbowmen had been swallowed up by the undead army. The undead army was ferocious. No army in the past could rival them. They were invisible, but they had a shape. Fortunately, there were still many knights from the church fighting, so the speed of this nightmare army wasn't so fast. There were 3 paladins in the city. They were the leader of the Twilight Knights, Deer Paladin Margaret, the leader of the Scarlet Knights, Bear Paladin Coleman, and the newly appointed leader of the Falcon Knights, Eagle Paladin Gregory Gerard. Not only these 3 powerhouses, but all the knights of the church in the city also participated in this war. The battle was extremely fierce. Although they already had some means to deal with the undead, there were still many casualties. The miserable and hopeless group of prisoners in the city advanced to the beat of the drums of Marshal Alonso's troops. They were arranged to block a large number of ghost knights on a city wall that had already been breached by the undead. This was a massacre, but there was no hope of survival. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well die in battle. Under the powerful sounds of the drummers and buglers, this group of people charged at the ghost knights with all their might. Accompanied by countless screams, these people who hadn't received professional training were killed by the powerful undead like the ghost knights. The ground was covered in corpses, blood flowed like a river, and some people's intestines and fluids flowed all over the ground. As the last person fell, more undead attacked the city. At this time, there were still mercenaries from the Empire blocking these undead. These mercenaries were mixed. Some were well-equipped and well-trained, while others were relatively shabby and inexperienced. Fortunately, the commander of this large mercenary army was still very powerful. He was a person who knew how to fight and had a rich military career and battle command experience. The imperial family had spent a lot of money to hire them. It was time for them to play a role. The spearmen in the front row, followed by the shield warriors, followed by the crossbowmen, and the cavalry brought up the rear. This arrangement could be considered normal and was quite effective against ordinary human armies. But they were about to face the undead, death, and the nightmare army from the netherworld. The moment the spearmen in the front row came into contact with the ghost knights, their spears directly pierced through them. But then, most of these spearmen's heads rolled to the ground. The crossbowmen shot with all their might, but it was to no avail. Before the shield warriors could react, the ghost knights had already rushed in front of them. They waved their rusty swords and slashed at the warriors. Some people's helmets were deformed, and their shields were split in half. Too scary, these devils. Everyone was filled with incomparable fear. Thus, some people turned around and fled. These people were here to make money, not to throw away their lives. Only a fool would live to earn money but not live to spend it. Chapter 101. Soon, Kelendil's mercenary army's defense line collapsed. Alonso's army couldn't kill them all. It was a complete defeat, just like before. Death Mountain Range. Avina and I rushed out of the 12 necromancers' encirclement under the cover of Natalia and the other 2 girls. The 3 of them held them back while Avina and I went to kill Lancelot. In Hersendi's temple, Lancelot had already sensed our invasion. Avina and I ran inside the temple. I could feel that Lancelot was in there. We pushed open the door in the deepest part of the temple and finally arrived at the temple where Lancelot was. Lancelot was sitting on his throne. Other than him, there was no one else in the temple. "You're finally here, my dear friend, Belgrave Flammarion," Lancelot said to us with a smile. I was puzzled. Was this guy close to Yang Long? What was his relationship with those people? How did they know me? It seemed that I could learn a lot today. "My friend, don't be in a hurry to fight me. I have a lot to tell you because I've been waiting for this day for a long time," Lancelot said to me. "All right. Remove the necromancers at the entrance first." "I'll talk to you later," I said. "I'm afraid I can't do that. If they can't defeat the 12 necromancers, it's useless for them to live," Lancelot said. "Then what do you want to talk to me about?" I wanted to rush forward and kill Lancelot, but I suddenly realized that I couldn't move at all. That's right. This is the power of a domain. I've been cultivating for almost 1,000 years, so I'm quite capable of this. Seeing that I couldn't move, Lancelot continued to talk to me with a smile. "I'm still excited to see you today. Back then, Erdal came to me and asked me to cooperate with him. He also mentioned you to me. Larrick, you are a dragon descendant. You are the incarnation of the Belgrave Flammarion. Now, your body has fused with Yang Long's soul. Do you know what this means? This means that if your body is strong enough and you fuse with the 7 demon gods' demonic weapons, you might become a new demon god. Although you won't have 100% of a demon god's strength, becoming a new low god shouldn't be a problem for you." I didn't know why Lancelot wanted to tell me this, but I could only listen to him. It seemed that he had a lot to tell me. "By the way, you still don't know anything, right? It seems that Yang Long didn't tell you anything. It seems that he intends to protect you. But there are some things that you have to know sooner or later. It may not be a bad thing for you to know it earlier. That's enough. This Lancelot really wants to say everything. Larrick, you're destined to know something today," Yang Long's soul suddenly said in my head. "In this world, apart from the mortal realm, there are three higher planes. They are the underworld, the demon realm, and the god realm. The god I serve is the main god of the underworld, Azrael Hascendes. The main gods of the god realm and the demon realm are the goddess of fate, destiny, and the demon god, Athol. Lancelot continued. The Belgrave Flammarion was a dragon clone created by the demon god using his own power. He went to the dragon race as a spy. The dragon race was loyal to the goddess of fate. However, the goddess of fate was the demon god's greatest enemy. Although they were both sovereigns, something that happened later caused the two of them to become mortal enemies. On July 7, 512, the goddess of fate wanted to become the new ruler of all things. She pretended to fall in love with the demon god, deceiving him of his feelings and weaknesses. She wanted to kill the demon god and take his divine spark. But in the end, the goddess didn't get the demon god's divine spark. The demon god that was defeated by the goddess of fate wasn't completely destroyed. Instead, his soul was sealed in 7 magic artifacts. Thus, when a demon god possesses the bloodline and body of a demon god, as well as the 7 demonic artifacts, it is entirely possible for a demon god to be resurrected. However, the chief god spark is currently with Idlai. He has already relied on his own comprehension to become a new demon god, but his strength is only at the level of a medium god. Lancelot said a lot in one breath. I was still confused. However, I understood the history he was talking about. History was always boring. And you, a dragon descendant, are the only candidate that Erdal wants to revive Athol. His plan is to use the 7 of us demon kings in exchange for the complete awakening of you, a descendant of the demon god. At that time, you will gather the 7 magic artifacts and refine the soul of Athol. You will fuse with Athol. Actually, you are a part of Athol. At that time, as long as you and Erdal don't stop cultivating, the strength of the two of you will definitely be able to defeat the goddess of fate. I could already understand Lancelot's meaning. I didn't expect that this world wasn't as simple as I thought. There were too many things that were above us. Right now, your strength is still too weak. You can't even reach the domain level. Above the domain level is the god level. In the god level, apart from the top, middle and bottom, the main god is the highest god and controls the power of law. I listened to Azrael's orders and cooperated with Erdal. I became one of the 7 demon kings under his command. Other than the 3 you met before, Bloody Queen Mavilla, Warlock Delamere, and Terror Bug King Zulfa, there are 3 left. They also have the remaining 3 magic artifacts. Right, Larrick, you already have 3 magic artifacts, right? Lancelot suddenly asked me. I thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Back then, when Mavilla died, the blood-dripping crown flew into my body and Delamere's shadow wings flew into my body. However, they also seemed to have mentioned that this thing called Athol. So it turned out that Athol was a demon god, a supreme main god. That's right. At that time, Idre attacked Seelendil. Actually, we had already planned to destroy this filthy old world. Erdal firmly believes that destruction is the power to purify and correct. There are too many mistakes that we need to destroy. I gathered the undead army for this moment. Of course, it's also for myself. Actually, that terror bug King Zulfa is the new demon king that we created. Larrick, one day, you will understand what it means to be a true powerhouse. When that time comes, you will be above all living things and look down on them. Lancelot said to me meaningfully, after saying so much, I just don't want to sink into depravity like you. It's time for you to make a choice. However, before that, I have to fulfill my mission. I haven't exercised for a long time. It's time to play with you, Belgrave Flammarion. Lancelot smiled at me maliciously. Then, from the darkness behind the hall, a pair of green eyes slowly appeared. Chapter 102. I didn't expect it to be him, the soul of evil, Giron di Lago, the Belgrave Flammarion said to me. Back in the day, Giron di Lago had been one of the strongest dragons in the dragon race. However, he had unfortunately died in battle against the enemies of the goddess of fate. Now, he had been resurrected in this form. Although his power wasn't as strong as before, he still couldn't be underestimated. My power had just been awakened with the help of Yang Long's soul. I might not be a match for this ghost dragon. Fortunately, Avina could control herself now. She summoned Ronwhip the elf. This little dragon was truly a miraculous dragon. He was very unique. I also transformed into Yang Long. Just like that, the three dragons were about to engage in a life-and-death battle in this hall. Show me your full power. I don't want you to die before you inherit the magic weapon, Lancelot said to me. Avina stood at the back of the hall, watching us fight. The three of us started fighting. With a furious roar, the ghost dragon pounced on me with all his might. First, we fought hand-to-hand. Then, we quickly circled above the hall. Whenever we saw an opening, we would spit out scorching dragon flames to attack him. The hall was on the verge of collapse. However, it seemed to be reinforced by magic, so it was exceptionally sturdy. Ronwhip the elf and I took turns to attack the huge creature in front of us. Geron d'Ilago was indeed very strong. His fleshless body was terrifying. His green eyes and the green dragon flames were like the flames of the underworld. In short, he made people shudder. Geron d'Ilago accidentally bit Ronwhip's neck and threw him to the top of the hall. Golden blood flowed out. However, the healing magic in the elf dragon's body began to work. The wound slowly healed. This was the terror of the elf dragon. I immediately rushed forward and spat dragon flames at Geron d'Ilago. He writhed in pain. I swung my dragon claws and hit him hard. My spiked dragon tail was thick and powerful. It hit Geron d'Ilago's wings. Avina was worried when she saw Ronwhip the elf fall. However, she knew that she couldn't help at this moment. Fortunately, Ronwhip told Avina through telepathy that he was fine. The ghost dragon was furious after being attacked. He started to attack me crazily. He hit me with his dragon horns and stabbed my eyes with his claws. I couldn't dodge in time. Many wounds appeared on my body. Before I could retaliate, Ghost Dragon Drago spat out a mouthful of dragon flames at me. I didn't have time to dodge, so I was hit and fell into the hall, smashing hard on the smooth floor. I felt like my internal organs were about to be shattered, and my skin was burning with pain. Ghost Dragon Drago didn't let me go. He charged at me, intending to deal me a fatal blow. Ronwhip's TS, but at this moment, a thin. Sometimes, little t, st, s, t, s, t, t, t. No. Get out of here. I roared crazily. I knew that Avina's actions wouldn't help. Ronwhip bit at the tiny Avina. Every tooth in his huge mouth was sharp. I didn't expect that a blue protective light would appear on Avina's body. It was the same as when she was pinched by the giant crab's pincers on the deserted island. However, the blue protective light barrier instantly shattered like glass. At this moment, I felt a surge of power that I had never felt before. My anger made me even stronger. I punched Geron d'Ilago in the stomach. Avina was thrown far away from the dragon's mouth. Her face was scratched, and blood kept flowing. I was angry that I couldn't protect the woman I loved. Anger made me lose my mind. My eyes turned red. I would never give in. Elf Dragon Wepu and I, who had gotten up again, attacked Ghost Dragon Tirago fiercely from the left and right. By the time I stopped, the ghost dragon was already dead. All that was left of it was a pile of dragon bones scattered all over the ground. Just like when I killed the sea dragon, Geron d'Ilago's soul power was absorbed by me. Now, I could clearly feel the increase in the dragon's soul power. On Natalia's side, there were only 6 necromancers left. 6 of the powerful 12 necromancers had been killed by Natalia. But now, their situation wasn't optimistic. One of France's arms was gone. Natalia was injured all over, and Lophis was covered in blood. A purple sword blade quickly pierced towards the necromancer who was flickering in and out of existence. At this moment, the necromancers had summoned a large number of undead. The number of enemies was increasing. If this continued, the 3 of them would be finished. Lophis suddenly smiled. He recalled his life. He recalled his mother when he was young, the bitterness when he became a pirate slave, the limitless glory when he became a pirate's leader, and what happened after he met us. It seems that I can only use that move. Lofus closed his eyes. He knew the price of this move, but it seemed that he had to do it now. Purple blade, one sword, and 10,000 sounds were extinguished. This final move was to use one's soul and blood as fuel to burn everything in the world. Purple blade, annihilation. Lofus held the purple blade in his hands tightly. His figure was like a purple shadow that streaked across the pitch-black cave. Everywhere he passed, everything was annihilated. Of the remaining 6 necromancers, 3 were killed by Lofus on the spot. The remaining 3 tried to escape. However, Lofus was too fast. Even if the necromancers were faintly discernible, and there were a large number of undead in front of him, they still couldn't escape. In the end, they couldn't escape from Lofus's hands. He easily killed the remaining 612 necromancers. However, he also fell to the ground, and his body slowly evaporated into purple steam. Natalia cried and rushed forward to hug Lofus's disappearing body. She didn't know how to comfort such a brave warrior who was unafraid of death. The undead all dispersed. Flance took Lofus' purple blade. He respected this brave warrior. Flance and Natalia walked towards the final hall. Pushing open the door to the hall where Lancelot was, Natalia saw me in my human form. She was hugging Avina, whose face was covered in blood, and crying desperately. I didn't expect you to be able to pass the first stage. Not bad, but I don't know if you can pass the second stage, Belgrave Flammarion, Lancelot, who had been watching from the side, suddenly said. Then, he walked down from the throne. Natalia, Flance, and I. It seemed that the 3 of us had to fight to the death. I really didn't know if we could walk out of here alive today. Chapter 103. At this moment, I had already changed from my dragon form back to my human form. Avina's elf, Ronwhip, had also returned to the magic space. Flance's left arm was crippled, and Natalia was covered in injuries. Lancelot had already pulled out the demon's sword at his waist. He had obtained this sword from Azrael after he had become an undead, and it was extremely terrifying. I wasn't confident in facing Lancelot, but when Yang Long came out again, I felt a trace of power surging out of my body. I had turned into a half-dragon, and this gave me the confidence to fight Lancelot. Lancelot didn't say anything and directly slashed a Blade of the Void at me. This, Blade of the Void, was extremely strange, and even in my half-dragon form, I could barely see the air distorting. Its speed was also abnormally fast, and the moment I saw it, it was already in front of me, forcing me to use the Yang Long punch of draconic magic to forcefully receive this attack. After receiving this, Blade of the Void, I took 2 steps back and felt my body go numb. Even my blood was boiling. If I had been hit a few more times, it might have caused serious damage to me. While I was still calming the blood in my body, Lancelot had already waved his hand lightly and released another attack. Instantly, my feet sank. Looking down, I saw that it had turned into a black swamp that was emitting an ominous aura. Just as I was about to pull my feet out of the swamp, pairs of green-white hands reached out from the depths of the swamp, accompanied by painful howls. I could even see some heads struggling, as if they were going to rush out in the next second. At this moment, my feet were also grabbed by these chicken claw-like hands, and I couldn't move. This was Lancelot's dead soul quagmire. He wanted to trap me. At this moment, Lancelot was preparing to use another attack on the immobilized me. Flance, who had lost his left arm and was lying on the ground with heavy injuries, frantically mobilized the last bit of strength in his body in order to stand up. However, this caused his veins to bulge, and a large amount of blood once again gushed out from his wound. In an instant, this iron-blooded man lost consciousness due to the blood loss. At the same time, Natalia stood up shakily and tried to cast a spell to stop Lancelot. Unfortunately, before she could mobilize her magic, Lancelot released the prison of fear. A cloud of black fog trapped Natalia, and she was instantly rooted to the ground. Through the gaps in the black fog, one could even see the shock and horror that flashed across her face. The prison of fear could trigger the greatest fear in a person's heart. It would cause the person to be corroded by the dark aura and slowly lose their consciousness, leaving only a shell behind. Seeing that my teammates were in trouble, I became more and more anxious. I frantically activated Yang Long's power in my body. Seeing that Lancelot was about to attack me again, Avina anxiously tried to block the attack for me. However, I didn't expect that the magic that was supposed to attack me would hit Avina instead. I saw the hint of a smile on Lancelot's lips. Damn, his target was actually Avina. After being hit by the magic, a distorted figure instantly overlapped with Avina's body. She fell to the ground and writhed in pain. Lancelot laughed and said to me, "This is the evil spirit possession. This evil spirit will corrode her soul. If you don't destroy me quickly, her soul will be slowly devoured by the evil spirit and completely disappear from this world. Think about it, the pain of the soul. How terrifying would that be?" Looking at my teammates and loved ones who were struggling in pain and fear, my eyes almost popped out of their sockets. I felt the anger in my chest burning away my rationality. In the next moment, there was a buzzing sound in my head. A flame spurted out from under my feet. I had unconsciously used Yang Long's power. The arms that were grabbing me were instantly scorched black under the heat of the flame. Then, I borrowed the strength of the flame to fly up and get rid of the swamp. I didn't care about anything else and pounced on Lancelot. At that moment, I couldn't see anything in front of me. I only wanted to rush forward and use my fists and teeth to tear Lancelot apart. But at that moment, I couldn't get close to Lancelot at all. Because in the next second, long thorns that were stained with blood shot out from the ground. I was shocked. Using the strength of my waist, I twisted half a circle in the air and dodged the thorns that were aimed at my waist and head. When I got closer, I realized that the thorns were like human flesh. They covered my skin and were even pulsating slowly. Just as I was in a state of shock, unexpectedly, the long thorn by my waist suddenly twisted. Like a tree trunk, it instantly grew a branch and pierced towards me. Caught off guard, my abdomen was pierced, causing my movements to slow down. At this moment, several long thorns rose from the ground and pierced towards me as though they had a consciousness of their own. At the critical moment, I used the flame dragon energy to protect my body. However, I was unable to land on the ground under the impact of the thorns that were constantly piercing towards me. It was said that no one was able to get close to the Lich King of Necromancers because they would be pierced to death by the death god's touch that surrounded him. Azrael's touch surged out from the ground, but its power was really terrifying. But just as I was trying my best to protect myself from the storm of attacks from Azrael's touch, Lancelot released another flame of the netherworld. In an instant, a huge green will-o'-the-wisp flew towards me. It seemed slow, but Azrael's touch couldn't be retracted in time. The moment it came into contact with the will-o'-the-wisp, it twisted wildly and even exploded. It could be seen how terrifying this skill was. I couldn't dodge it at all. I could only use my body to take the attack head-on. At that moment, I could feel the flames tearing my body apart. It was different from my high-temperature flames. It was bone-chilling, but it was also highly corrosive. In just a moment, the power of Yang Long's power that had been weakened by Azrael's touch corroded a few large holes in my body. Now, I could feel how painful it was to be attacked by Azrael's touch. Yes, my flesh felt as if it had been doused with concentrated sulfuric acid. I could only see it slowly disappear. Then, a heart-wrenching pain came from my body. In an instant, I could only fall to the ground. The pain even made me lose the ability to move. Lancelot watched as all of us fell to the ground. Some of us were struggling. We couldn't even get close to him. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. The anticipation he had for me also disappeared. "Is this all you've got? You're still too weak," Lancelot said calmly. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even move. He was tired of this kind of battle where he couldn't resist at all. He even showed a hint of disappointment towards me. He looked at the demon sword in his hand, and a powerful magic surged. He waved the demon sword at us. Chapter 104. Larrick, perhaps you still don't know, but this demon sword that Azrael Hascendes bestowed upon me can release a curse called Eternal Dream. As for what this curse is, you will know in a moment. This time, Lancelot didn't just stand there, but walked towards us. "Do you know why the bloody Queen Mavilla was willing to die in your hands? Do you really think that you can kill her with your strength? Of course, it's the same for me. After I die, my magic equipment, ghost armor, which is also Athel's protection, will belong to you. I hope that when the time comes, you won't disappoint everyone's expectations of you. Now that you know the truth, aren't you curious as to why I killed the Holy Emperor back then? Lancelot continued. It was a season of wind and snow. My daughter was chosen by the church because her soul was pure enough. They wanted to sacrifice my daughter, Layla, to the goddess of fate. I went to find the Holy Emperor and begged him to spare my daughter's life. However, the Holy Emperor told me that he was powerless. I will never forget that day. Layla's mother died of grief on the spot as she cried and screamed in agony. I had no choice but to use forbidden magic to find Azrael Hasendes, the undead which King Lancelot choked with sobs as he spoke. I offered my soul to Azrael and became his loyal servant in the mortal realm. I made a deal with him. After that, I secretly allied with the dwarfs and slowly controlled the royal knights by the Holy Emperor's side. Because they also had children, they were dissatisfied with the Holy Emperor's actions. The Holy Emperor's strength was too strong. I could only kill him when he was injured and unprepared. At the same time, if the church's light was their final faith, then I would make the world forever dark. I obtained energy from Lord Azrael and formed an army of the undead, trying to uproot the church, but I was too naive. After hearing so much from Lancelot, I was disgusted with those sanctimonious people in the church, but I couldn't hate Gerard. He was a righteous and powerful knight. After failing to destroy the church, I died with a lifetime of regret. Nothing in life is perfect, and it's not easy. I've actually been reborn, but I'm no longer a human. I still have a chance to start over. I once tried to control the power of evil, but it was like a moth flying into a flame. Azrael told me that being strong doesn't mean you will live forever. Only death can make you live forever. Day after day, I wandered painfully in the abyss of revenge. I could feel Layla beside me, but she never appeared. That day, I sensed that he had brought a woman back. That woman was Avina. I wanted to search for Avina's soul, but a powerful and mysterious force prevented me from doing so. This was the first time I had no choice but to give up and let her die on her own. In the end, she attracted you. At that time, I was overjoyed. I had waited for hundreds of years for this moment. I knew that I could finally be free. In the deal with Azrael, if you want to gain something, you have to lose it. I lost my freedom and became Azrael's chess piece. Azrael told me to work with Erdal, so I could only work with him. I've told you everything after that. I only hope that you can release the other undead after my death and let them die on their own, especially the commander of the Ghost Knights, Andre. I know that our era will end, and your era will come. Come, my demon's sword will activate the curse of eternal dream. This curse can make anyone live in a dream forever. It's up to you whether you can borrow this move of mine. After saying that, Lancelot immediately swung the demon's sword. A transparent green wave of light shot towards us. At this time, Natalia finally broke out of the prison of fear. She stepped forward bravely and used all her magic to cast a powerful magic shield, just like how Hist protected me back then. Natalia, who had exhausted all her magic, finally blocked the terrifying curse of eternal dream. We weren't cursed. Instead, the magic shield reflected the curse back at Lancelot, the undead Witch King. He didn't dodge, but gladly accepted the curse. In the end, he let out a rare relaxed smile. He saw his wife and daughter waving at him. At this moment, he was so happy. There was no more pain and hatred. No one could enslave his soul. His soul could finally rest in peace after so many things. Goodbye, Larrick, Belgrave Flammarion. I hope you never lose your heart, and don't give up on your original dream so easily. After saying that, Lancelot disappeared completely. It was as though he had been sucked into the demon's sword, leaving the sword alone on the ground. Before Lancelot disappeared, the ghost armor flew from his body into mine and merged with my soul. I could clearly feel these magic equipment. Natalia's situation wasn't good. Although she had reflected Lancelot's curse, the magic's backlash had dissipated all the magic that had destroyed Natalia. She might never be able to cast magic again. At this moment, the little ghost girl who had brought us in appeared in the main hall. She was Layla. She turned to face us. She had an extremely terrifying face. She smiled at us with her horrifying charred face. "Thank you, kind people." Then, the little ghost girl slowly disappeared. Perhaps she had gone to heaven. At the same time, the battle had reached the most critical moment. The undead nightmare army led by the commander of the Ghost Knights, Andrei, had almost broken through all the defensive lines. Even the light magic crystal cannons of the chief magic advisor Morse had almost been destroyed, not to mention the other ordinary troops. Gerard and a few other holy knights were still struggling to hold on. The church had also lost more than half of its members. At this moment, the light of dawn arrived. Most of the undead had disappeared as if they had been roasted by dragon fire. The commander of the Ghost Knights, Andrei, turned his head to the east. Alonso, who had collapsed in front of him, was only one step away from him. "Lord Witch King, we did our best." Andrei glanced at Alonso. He didn't kill Alonso. Instead, he slowly dissipated in the air peacefully. The other undead also dissipated with him, leaving only Alonso with a terrified expression. This great battle against the undead ended just like that, as if it had never happened. However, he had planted a seed that would grow into a towering tree. A few days later, Pope Coloma held an extremely large mass for the dead civilians and warriors to send their heroic souls to the afterlife. The commander of the Ghost Knights, Dwayne, was also given a grand burial. Flance, who had lost an arm, returned to the Demon Hunter's blade base alone. Natalia, who had lost her magic, followed Lord Randall and led the last of her people back to Fredenburg to rebuild their home. Natalia, Avina, and I chose to leave. Fate left this scar on Avina's face, and I wanted to make it your glory. After this series of events, I had a new understanding of this world. I couldn't continue living like this. I knew that Hist would respect my choice. I put Lofis' sword into my spatial ring. I would never forget this pirate leader of the Sinjadi Sea. In the Red Moon Lake in the Death Mountain Range, the spatial ring that Lancelot had dropped, which was also the magic equipment Athel's glory. After many twists and turns and the passage of time, I actually found it in Alice's treasure vault in the deep sea fortress. Perhaps this was fate, a fate that I couldn't escape no matter what. Now that I had collected 4 pieces of Athel's magic equipment, I only had 3 more to go. Perhaps I knew what I should do next. Erdal, it seemed that we were destined to meet. I suddenly remembered that we seemed to have already met in the warlock Delamere's lair. Wing of Destruction, Black Dragon Erdal, it seemed that our fates would eventually intersect. There were no gold coins, no glory or rewards. We completed this mission with a huge sacrifice. Everything was due to fate. Chapter 105. South of the German Empire, Port Prulin. It was called the Land of Storms, and it was also the empire's largest port. As a place with an extremely prosperous economy, it had always been the empire's most developed city. Such an important economic city was naturally guarded by Theoden the Great's uncle, Dregor Aldrich. In terms of qualifications, there was probably no one in the empire who could compare with him. Originally, he had already announced his abdication, giving the position of clan leader and lord of the Land of Storms to his son, but he couldn't do anything about it. On the night Theoden the Great was attacked by the Black Dragon, Dregor's son was also at the scene of the summer celebration of the Hall of Heroes. Just like that, Dregor's son and Theoden the Great were annihilated that night. He didn't even see his son's body, and he had to send him off. One could imagine how sad and desperate old Dregor was at the news of his son's death. Originally, he was the hope of the clan, a proud son of heaven as excellent as Theoden the Great, but in the end, he died without a complete corpse. Since then, old Dregor had been unable to recover from the setback, and was even jokingly called the Sleeping Lion by the people. After the disaster of the undead ended, Port Prulin wasn't affected too much, so it was still a rich and populous place in the south, full of singing and dancing. A purple lion flag with a white background fluttered above the city gate. This was Dregor's flag. A gate guard, whose armor was not so neat, stretched his body lazily. His position wasn't earned by years of fighting in the army, but by his family's money. This gate guard's family wasn't bad, he was a native of Port Prulin. His family hoped that he could work steadily, find a wife of equal social status, get married and have children, and then buy a big house to live a peaceful life. After all, it had been too long since they fought a war, and the civilians were used to peace, even though this world wasn't peaceful. But the civilians didn't care, they only cared about what they cared about. Perhaps, today was just an ordinary and boring day for this city gate guard. But this day was the beginning of a great change, it was of extraordinary significance. This was because among the countless people coming and going at the city gate, there was a young man with slightly dark skin and wheat-colored skin. That gate guard and the other gate guards were interrogating the travelers who were preparing to enter the city. When it was the wheat-skinned young man's turn, the city gate guards felt their vision darken. It was as if everything was as it should be. This young man had entered the city without being checked. Anyone who knew magic would be able to tell at a glance that this was a simple illusion spell. But at the same time, he was able to confuse everyone near the city gate. It could be seen that this person's magic power was extraordinary. After the young man entered the city, he seemed a little excited. Belgrave Flammarion, so this is the human you've worked so hard to protect. This is the most prosperous city in the Empire. I'd like to take a good look at it, the young man said to himself. This bustling city was also a gourmet city. Because it was rich in resources and the people were very rich, delicious food and beautiful women were indispensable here. Walking on the street, although the young man could not appreciate human aesthetics, he was trying to understand it. It could be said that there were a lot of beautiful women in Port Prulin. Almost every 10 girls, there would be 2 super beauties, 3 ordinary beauties, for delicate girls who wanted to be beautiful, and only one of them was perhaps the real ordinary girl. Perhaps at this moment, that ordinary girl would be even more conspicuous. As for those girls who were good at dressing up, you couldn't even see their faces clearly. It was as if they were carved from the same mold. The girls here really liked to dress up and put on makeup. They especially liked to paint their faces very white, use natural dyes to dye their lips very red, and wear very revealing clothes. It was best if they could not leak anything. Only in this way could they attract the men's gazes. At the same time, this was a city that was young and fast-paced. It was really a sharp contrast to their lord. This place attracted young people from almost all parts of the Empire's south to come here to work hard and pursue their dreams. After arriving here, the wheat-skinned young man first had to solve the problem of food and clothing. Because he still didn't know much about this place, the young man found a small restaurant on the street that sold pastries and prepared to eat a big meal. This restaurant sold all kinds of exquisite pastries, sauces, noodles, and even tea to drink. The wheat-skinned young man ordered a bowl of noodles and roasted pastries. The steaming noodles were wrapped in tempting sauces. The young man used a fork to roll up the noodles and put them into his mouth with great difficulty. He almost dropped the noodles on the table. In fact, the young man didn't know how to use these things very well. He just watched how others learned on the spot. It's not as easy as I thought. It's a bit interesting, the young man thought. When the noodles wrapped in meat sauce were put into his mouth, the young man felt a tingling sensation in his mouth. He was full of happiness. Delicious. An excitement that he had never felt before welled up in his heart. Another bowl, please. The young man's German pronunciation was still not very accurate. Finally, after eating more than 100 bowls and eating all the ingredients prepared by the boss, the young man felt satisfied. He felt a sense of satisfaction that he had never felt before. He felt very happy. Facing the boss whose jaw was about to drop to the ground, the young man didn't know what to do. Just as he stood up and was about to leave. "Hello, you have spent a total of 1 gold dragon coin and 5 silver dragon coins." The boss came back to his senses and almost forgot to say such an important thing. The young man was embarrassed. He didn't know what gold dragon coins and silver dragon coins were. "Don't tell me you don't have money and came here to eat and dash." At this time, a person next to him said. The young man didn't want to use the enchantment spell because he quickly understood everything. Moreover, he didn't want to make trouble out of nothing. He asked the boss to show him a gold dragon coin. The boss reluctantly took out a silver dragon coin and told the young man that he could give him 15 silver dragon coins. The young man smiled faintly and directly took out more than 20 identical silver dragon coins and gave them to the boss. "This is for you." So, under the boss's respectful gaze, the young man left the small restaurant. However, what he didn't expect was that several pairs of eyes in the corner were already staring at him. "It's really interesting. I just used a little space power to transfer these broken things from other places, and the boss was so happy to serve me. Then if I used this kind of thing infinitely, wouldn't I be able to enslave the entire human race without using a single soldier? It would save me so much time and effort." The young man was thinking about these things. At the same time, he was still concerned about how delicious human food was. The food he ate before was simply unbearable. Haha, there are actually insignificant humans nearby who dare to be hostile to me. Originally, the young man wanted to directly control those who were spying on him in the corner to kill each other. However, after thinking about it, the young man gave up. He had a better idea. How about Chapter 106. After finishing his meal, the young man deliberately walked alone to a narrow street with fewer people. The human thieves followed behind the young man. When the young man was alone, these thieves jumped out one after another and surrounded him. "Boy, you seem to be very generous. Give us some money to spend." The leader of the thieves held an exquisite dagger and said to the young man, "Sure, but I have a question." The young man said in German unhurriedly, although it didn't sound that good. "What's the question?" "Brat, asking for money is your honor." One of the burly thieves seemed to be very impatient. "That's right. You guys come at me together. If you can beat me, I'll give you the money. Otherwise," the young man said. "Otherwise what? You're really arrogant." The thief with the exquisite dagger was very unhappy. Then, the thieves surrounded the young man and pounced on him. After controlling him, they beat him up violently, just like how they usually did, bullying the weak. But this time, it was a little different. The young man didn't use any magic. He only used physical skills to beat the thieves to the ground. In the end, they could only kneel and beg for mercy. They didn't have any of the prestige they had before. They were like this, bullying the weak. When they met a strong person, they were trash. The young man didn't kill them. Although he could easily do so, this time he set a goal for himself. He wasn't allowed to directly intervene with large-scale force. Instead, he wanted to truly understand humans as an observer. In the end, the young man took these thieves as his subordinates and asked them to serve him. Now, he knew too little about humans. After being spared by this terrifying young man, these thieves were naturally scared and didn't dare to resist. They knew that this young man was unfathomable. "May I ask your name, sir? Can you tell us?" The leader of the thieves asked fearfully. "Oh, my name. Just call me Erdl." The young man with dark skin said with a smile. "Boss, from today onwards, you're our boss. My name is Dean. People call me Sharp Knife Dean. This big guy is Abel. He's the strongest one here." Dean introduced. The rest of the group also introduced themselves to their new boss, Ilderai. Just like that, these people were deeply convinced by Erdl's reasoning. They worshipped true experts, and they were willing to follow their boss around. Another reason was that their boss really squandered money like it was dirt. Following Erdl would bring them meat to eat. That night, under Dean's arrangement, they arrived at a super luxurious hotel. This hotel was called the St. Mary Hotel. A hotel of this level was something that Dean dreamed of staying in but couldn't afford. But now that they had such a rich boss, they could also come in and take a look. It was a huge marble hall with crystal chandeliers. As soon as he entered, he smelled the fragrance of an unknown flower. This hotel was one of the best hotels in Pu Lin Harbor. Entering and taking a look, it was indeed worthy of its reputation. Erdl had also never seen such a scene. It was also his first time coming to this kind of place. He felt that humans really knew how to enjoy themselves. Dean gathered his courage and went to the reception area to check in with the beautiful staff. It was also Dean's first time coming to this kind of high-end hotel. He could only pretend to be very confident. But all of this was thanks to Erdal's gold. On this day, in Pu Lin Harbor's Imperial City Defense Army office, there was a long line of people who came to report that they had lost their gold. After checking in, Erdal came to his own room. This room was fully equipped with all kinds of things. There were toiletries, as well as eating fruits and so on. The key point was that there was also a very large bathtub in the room. Outside the room's window, one could see the bustling streets of Pu Lin Harbor. After a while, two beautiful maids knocked on the door. They were responsible for pouring hot bath water for Erdal and serving Erdal as he bathed. When aristocrats and rich people checked into hotels, they liked to be served by beautiful maids the most. Lying comfortably in the hot water, Erdal was very relaxed. He felt that the human world was simply too interesting. It was no wonder that the Belgrave Flammarion liked humans so much in the past. Full of Erdal, he didn't notice that black scales gradually appeared on his face and body. Erdal saw his own reflection in the bathwater. He was startled. He was afraid of attracting the maid's attention. At this time, the two maids just finished preparing and were wiping their bodies with the water in the basin. Therefore, they didn't see Erdal's changes. He saw that the two maids were in the process of uncovering their bodies, revealing their white bodies. Erdal had no choice but to use magic to put away the scales on his body. At this time, the maids finished wiping their bodies and came over. "Sir, you must be tired from the journey. Do you want to relax?" One of the maids said. He saw a white patch, 2 red dots, and a black mass. Erdal didn't feel anything. He only felt that it was no different from the food he had eaten before. Speaking of food, Erdal felt a little hungry. The two maids also wanted to come in and take a bath with Erdal and then relax with Erdal. One must know that the people who stayed in this kind of hotel were very rich people. One night for one person would cost 5 gold dragon coins. Erdal and the others would have to stay for a few months. To be able to serve such a person for one night, the expenses would definitely be high. It was estimated that the tip for one night would be enough for an ordinary person to work for a few months. At that time, the beautiful staff who checked in was surprised. Fortunately, she had seen a lot of rich people before. Seeing the beautiful maids' snow-white bodies, Erdal drooled. He hadn't eaten human flesh for a long time. The last time he ate was when he attacked Kellendil and ate a few peerless powerhouses. The meat wasn't smooth and tender. It wasn't as delicious as this. Just thinking about it made him excited. Erdal was even a little unable to suppress his inner appetite. He was too lazy to care about the consequences of doing this. He was a little hungry. One of the maids was panting and stroking Erdal's body. She suddenly saw that there seemed to be something bulging on Erdal's wheat-colored skin. Gradually, there were more and more bulges. In the blink of an eye, Yordlai turned into a half-draconian with spikes all over his body covered in black dragon scales. The maid was so frightened that she didn't even have time to scream. Erdal grabbed her with his steel-like black dragon claws. One in each hand was like a cheese stick. He took a bite of each side. The red strawberry jam inside flowed out. It was fresh and juicy, sour and sweet, and a little salty. Before these two maids died, they were still dreaming of easy and quick riches. Only when they were dying did they realize that the rich people in their eyes weren't necessarily humans. "So, dear, how do you know that the people you see walking on the road are definitely humans?" Chapter 107. The next morning, Erdal thought that the fact that he had eaten the two maids yesterday would be discovered. But who would have thought that everyone acted as if nothing had happened? It was no wonder that countless young girls came to this huge and developed city every day to pursue their dreams. Who would offend those influential people in the city for the life and death of two maids? In the morning, the giant restaurant downstairs was filled with all kinds of delicacies. There were whole wheat, pastry, square, and round breads. There were all kinds of meat slices and salads, as well as all kinds of vegetables and fruits. There were fried eggs, soup, scones, noodles with meat sauce, milk yogurt, cheese, and oatmeal. For a breakfast, this was considered sumptuous enough. It couldn't be said to be the most high-end breakfast in the city, but it was still not bad. After all, it was free for the guests. Haha, I can eat to my heart's content again. Erdal couldn't be happier. At this time, Dean and Abel were already waiting for their boss. They were discussing how good the maids were last night. It was really a rare night of ecstasy in their lives. Seeing Dean and the others, Erdal went in to eat with them. Erdal's appetite scared these hoodlums. The bigger the ability, the bigger the appetite. There was one thing that made Erdal very unhappy. It was that these pretentious officials and nobles especially liked to waste food to show their face and nobility. Seeing the wasted food, Erdal was very unhappy. He really wanted to go up and tear these idiots apart, but he couldn't do that now. Wasting a lot of food and resources was what humans liked to do the most. The key was that many people didn't have enough to eat or warm clothes. This was the gap between the rich and the poor. The food that the dogs of the rich were not willing to eat was the food that the poor could not eat. After eating, Erdal and these thieves discussed what to do next. Always using the power of space to transfer gold coins would definitely cause problems. It was not a long-term solution. They should think of a more relaxed way to solve this problem. Although these thieves were stupid enough, they had seen what other smart people did. In this city, there were some powerful gangs that were doing a very profitable business. That was the Cupid loan. It was an extremely violent industry. Erdal was puzzled. What was a loan from the love god? The goddess of love loan was a loan made by the big money behind the scenes to the men and women through the gang. The women would first take a video in a magic crystal ball. Of course, they had to be naked. If you can't pay it back, being a maid is still a light punishment. You can imagine how heavy it will be. As for the men, they would have to sign an agreement saying that they would willingly become slaves if they couldn't pay up. The money of these rich people was like floating in the sea. This was called the right to mint money. They could almost create money at will. These people were often behind the scenes. In any case, the right to coin was the right to freely create money. In fact, the church was an organization that had the right to mint coins. They would issue something called atonement coupons, which could be exchanged with gold in a 1-to-1 ratio. Some of the weaker ones would deceive people into putting their money with them for safekeeping. Then they would say that when they returned it to everyone, they would have more. Moreover, they would guarantee the safety of the gold coins. Then they would lend out a large amount of money that they got for free. This way, they would make almost no capital and make more and more money. Nowadays, there were too many young men and women who relied on borrowing to maintain their lives because they had been brainwashed by these rich people into thinking that they were living an exquisite and high-end life. The rich people induced them to dress up beautifully. They knew that they had to dress up beautifully because it seemed that this way, the so-called rich people would take a fancy to them and they would be able to live a life without having to work. The rich people induced the men to buy a house and a horse. If they didn't buy it, they wouldn't be able to find a wife. These men worked hard like cows and horses. In order to buy a house and a horse, they were as tired as dogs. Of course, there were many more. If the rich people said that this style of clothing was beautiful, these delicate girls had to buy it. If the rich people said that this type of cosmetics was good, these delicate girls had to buy it. If the rich people said that this shop was delicious, these delicate girls had to eat it. The most abominable thing was that these rich people also said that the world was so big and they had to go out more. Recently, a kind of door-to-door service had quietly become popular in the city. As long as you signed an agreement with a restaurant, these restaurants would send people to deliver the food according to the address. Each time, they could also adjust with them. In this way, many young people didn't leave the house. They were also obsessed with things called moon candy and happy grass. After eating moon candy and happy grass, these people were so happy that they seemed to be able to communicate with God. In short, there were too many fake delicacies, wastes, and shut-ins that filled these hopeless young people, causing their money to be taken away by the rich people. As a last resort, they could only borrow money from the rich people again. A steady stream of money flowed into the pockets of the rich people. They made a lot of money. Money was worthless to them. What they wanted were things and people. Through all these means, They turned living free people into legal slaves who were walking corpses. After hearing so much, Erdal couldn't help but be deeply amazed by the profoundness of this. However, he also had a lot of questions. But when he thought about it, this was a human, so everything made sense. The phenomenon was such a phenomenon, but how did Erdal and the others become rich people? It was said that these rich people were all in high positions and had outstanding achievements. They were the pillars of the empire, and some of them were very capable. They were able to complete the primitive accumulation of capital with dirty bloody gold coins. If Erdal wanted to do this, it wasn't impossible, but he had a simpler way. Although there would be problems in the future, it was easy and pleasant at the moment. That was to turn stone into gold. With Erdal's current strength, turning stone into gold was simply a small trick for him. Those alchemists, after countless generations of hard work, had not developed a way to turn stone into gold. At most, they could make something similar to gold from the stone, but it was not enough to pass off as the real thing. But Erdal was different. He directly changed the material. He could do this easily. Directly turning stone into gold, money was as easy as floating in the sea. This was the primitive accumulation of capital, the veritable right of coinage. But because so many rich people did this, it caused prices to soar. Everyone poured water into the pool, and the water would overflow. In short, the upper class was arrogant and luxurious. Very few people controlled almost all the resources, and a large number of people at the bottom controlled a little bit of leftovers. The key was that the rich had already blocked the way to become rich. The people at the bottom thought that there was hope for them to rise. They also wanted their children to study and become rich. They even spent a lot of money to buy a house next to the college. They didn't know that the money for the house was even earned by the rich people. Chapter 108. Erdal had found a way to make money. This way, he could start his economic invasion, and while he was at it, he could also start spending money wantonly and go to various places of entertainment to have fun. At the same time, in the headquarters of Port Prune City Defense, a bald old man was frowning in front of his desk. The recent events had really left him in a terrible fix. First, there was the unprovoked theft of gold coins, then there was the disappearance of people, and then there was the influx of large amounts of gold, which caused him to increase the price of food when he bought it. It was really strange that such a large-scale economic problem could be done without leaving a single trace. But fortunately, his subordinates had their eyes on a group of small thieves. He didn't know how this group of small thieves suddenly became rich, so it seemed that he had to start investigating from them. This city defense commander was a relative of Drager Aldrich. He was about to reach the age where he could retire, so he didn't want to complicate matters. He only wanted the world to be peaceful and everyone to live in peace until he retired, but he didn't expect things to become more and more chaotic. Erdal continued with his plan, and he found something interesting. The young girls of Port Prune all liked to dress up and dress up very much. It was said that they had to put on makeup for more than an hour every day. Moreover, they also needed to buy large amounts of cool clothes and eat all kinds of exquisite delicacies. It was simply too easy to make money from these people. For example, a fruit cost 10 copper coins, but if they squeezed orange juice or cut it and sold it to them, they could sell it for more than 20 copper coins. The most important thing was that they liked to drink something called milk tea. The cost of this thing was less than 1 copper coin, but the price was more than 10 copper coins. It was simply a huge profit, and the most important thing was that there were many people buying it every day. For someone like Erdal who was face-blind, he couldn't really recognize human faces. The most important thing was that these girls all had the same style of makeup. Big white faces, big red lips, and Erdal couldn't distinguish them at all. Every face was the same, and he couldn't tell who was who. In fact, the most frightening thing was that these women removed their makeup. Their pale faces, small eyes, and their faces seemed to be painted on every day. Especially when the weather was hot, that greasy look was simply disgusting. The most frightening thing was that in a developed and prosperous port city like Port Prune, the women dressed very boldly. These women especially liked to follow the trend blindly. Even if they had a wardrobe of clothes at home, they still didn't have clothes to wear outside. They were really fed too much, and the most important thing was that they especially liked to waste food. These women may not worship the 7 gods, but they must worship gold. They are snobbish, they are pretentious. They especially liked to show off their body resources. Perhaps they felt that this city was too safe. I can complain, but you can't be bad. They dressed themselves up as if they were going to receive some guests in the next second and thought it was beautiful. She purposely revealed her snow-white chest, thigh, belly, sequins, and see-through clothes. In short, the men of Port Pullen were really miserable. They were harassed every day, and their eyes were stuffed to the point that their brothers were starved to death. After all, if you don't have money, you shouldn't even touch women. She dressed up so beautifully and pretended to be exquisite, but it was all for her sugar daddies. Erdal had come up with a perfect way to make money. First, he would use magic to mass-produce clothes and cosmetics. Then, he would use the money from the Midas touch to open many milk tea shops and give them to some famous women for free. Then, he would let them advertise it to other women and brainwash them that this was beauty. The first wave of large amounts of money would be earned into his hands. Then, he would brainwash them into living an exquisite life and spending more. This way, the sugar daddies would like it. He would let these women bear the burden of debt, and then let them borrow money from their god of love. There would be no capital but huge profits. In the end, they wouldn't be able to pay it back and would become Erdal's slaves and money-making tools. The key point was that Erdal still had a trick up his sleeve. His cosmetics could explode at any time under his will, and his clothes could vanish into thin air at any time under his will. It just depended on when he wanted to do so. In this way, a hidden rich man was born in Port Pullen. He was Erdal. Of course, the things on the surface were left to Dean and the others. The sudden rise of Dean and the others attracted the jealousy of various other forces. At the same time, it also damaged some of their interests. They all cast their gazes towards this new rising star, but the investigation clues and the people disappeared for no reason. Those who came to find trouble, those who came to destroy, all disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had never come. It seemed that the waters of Dean and the others were still very deep. Everyone was fighting for themselves and protecting each other, as long as Dean and the others didn't take the initiative to attack them. From this point of view, the various major forces also had no choice but to tacitly acknowledge the strength of Dean and the others. Next, Erdal's forces began to move a step deeper. They snatched other forces' casinos, beauty clubs, moon candy, happy grass, slave trading and other businesses. They were nibbling away, breaking down each of the secret forces one by one. The only difference was that Erdal had never collected any protection fees from the real bottom within his sphere of influence, and even more so, he didn't allow the kind-hearted people at the bottom to be oppressed. These forces were originally attacking each other, but due to the pressure of survival, they had no choice but to unite to confront Erdal's forces. On this day, Erdal was drinking in a bar run by other forces. This bar had some paid performances, but of course, these performances weren't suitable for some people to watch. A woman in a sequined low-cut dress, deliberately squeezing 2 meatballs in the middle, walked towards Erdal. She knew that the man in front of her could treat everyone to drinks and put the bill under his name. This must be a rich man. With her judgment, she wouldn't be wrong. Of course, with her charm that she was proud of, there was no man that she couldn't handle. Of course, all of this was what she thought. Some people thought that she understood men very well, but in fact, men didn't understand themselves. Following one's heart and sex, this was the dream of men. She deliberately used her body, as well as her words, to provoke Yeardley beyond compare. She took the initiative to approach Erdal, using her body as a weapon. In fact, Erdal's heart didn't waver at all at this moment. He even wanted to laugh. Ignorant humans, sometimes thinking about it was really funny. What was the point of doing this? Erdal felt a little bored recently because he was earning more and more money, and everything was tasteless. He was a god with the strength of a mid-level god. He was starting to feel a little tired of doing these boring things. However, he still wanted to thoroughly understand humans. After all, this also needed to be learned. Some things could only be understood after experiencing it personally. Erdal didn't kill this woman. Instead, he wanted to really understand what made these women become so ignorant, worldly, and disgusting. Chapter 109. Erdal ordered a glass of expensive wine for the woman. After paying everyone's bill, Erdal left the bar. As soon as he came out, he was almost hit by a cart full of huge goods. These working people at the bottom were vulgar and hard-working. That person scolded Erdal for not paying attention and continued to push his cart to do his work. Erdal did not lower himself to that person's level. Recently, he often went alone to the place where the real bottom people lived to experience life. He knew that the person who did the heavy physical work might be the only source of income for that low-income family. The huge gap between the rich and the poor was constantly playing out in this seemingly prosperous city. The rich died of wealth and the poor died of poverty. Erdal also tasted the feeling of being looked down upon. That was the first time he went to a shop that made clothes for aristocrats and rich merchants. The shop was indeed high-end, but the waitress was almost arrogant to the heavens. She simply had a high and mighty appearance. She looked down on Erdal. Just by looking at Erdal's appearance and dressing, she looked down on him, as if the shop was opened by the waitress. Erdal also encountered similar situations in some slightly high-end restaurants. At that time, it just so happened that a young couple dressed in ordinary clothes saved up some money with great difficulty and decided to go to the high-end restaurant to eat. The waitress may have seen that the young couple dressed in ordinary clothes, so she made things difficult for the young couple and ignored them. They spent money but still had to look at her face. This waiter immediately acted like a lapdog in front of those rich people. Erdal could not stand it anymore and said to the young couple that they dropped their money bag. This was deliberately done by Erdal. There were 100 gold dragon coins inside. However, the young couple said that it was not theirs and gave the money bag to the waitress. The waitress slightly eased her disdainful face. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she said that she wanted to give it to the owner, but in fact, she secretly kept it. There was no owner. Erdal deliberately gave it to the young couple. In this case, Erdal hurriedly finished eating and paid for the dishes on the young couple's table. In that case, he could only give them a free surprise meal. Erdal left the restaurant. Of course, the gold coins that the waiter secretly kept would not only be useless, but might even cost him his life. This was because the gold coins had already been exchanged by Erdal for a bag of poisonous insects. Sometimes, don't take things that don't belong to you. It's useless even if you take them. Another time, Erdal dressed up as an ordinary person and ate in a dirty shop in the slums. That small shop was one of the more popular ones in the area. Many people were eating there. The boss's attitude was very arrogant. Seeing that Erdal was a foreigner, he took advantage of Erdal in all kinds of ways. Moreover, he even had the nature of forcing people to buy and sell. It was really a case of a big shop bullying its customers. However, Yordlai didn't eat anything in that shop. At a glance, Yordlai saw that there was a happy grass ingredient in the soup. No wonder those diners were full of praise for this shop. They could even endure the bad attitude of the fat pig boss. However, it was said that the small shop later caught fire. It was completely burned. The fat pig boss was burned into a charcoal-like dry corpse. The key point was that the houses next to it didn't have a single spark. Only this shop was burned down. There was another problem in this bustling city. Many people didn't do practical work. Everyone was doing some kind of performance, flirting, deceiving others, economic and financial work. There was no practical value to speak of. The most ridiculous thing was that there was a kind of performance. People who ate could also make money. You heard it right. Every day, they brought different kinds of food and performed eating in the market. The key point was that there were fools who would tip them, and it was a lot. Why did everyone do fake things? That was because fake things were more profitable than real things. There were also people who deliberately wore strange clothes and showed off everywhere. They wanted to attract others' attention. They even brought accompanying artists to draw their beautiful figures. It was really disgusting. There were also men who painted their lips red and their faces white. Their half-man half-woman appearance was also disgusting. When passing by a red light district, a luxurious carriage madly rushed toward Erdal, who was walking normally and kept shouting, "Get out of the way! Fart! Damn it, get out of the way!" The coachman was extremely arrogant because he was driving a carriage for a noble. However, what he didn't expect was that the legs of the galloping horse suddenly exploded. The entire luxurious carriage instantly toppled over and fell to the ground. The coachman's skull was shattered and he died on the spot. He fell at Erdal's feet. Erdal didn't even blink his eyes and continued walking. He saw that not far away, there was a shop that sold skin and meat. An old woman with a few thugs pressed the head of a young girl who didn't seem to have reached adulthood into the toilet bowl. They kept beating her and even poured water into her toilet bowl. There were many onlookers at the scene, but no one helped. However, this was very normal. It was very likely that this woman herself was in debt, but it was also possible that she was really forcing a good girl into prostitution. Erdal didn't want to care. Life and death were fated. Everyone had their own destiny. Even if he saved her today, so what? In a shop in this red light district, Erdal also saw the offspring of a nouveau riche who was super good at showing off his wealth. Exaggerated gold ornaments, spending money like water, telling others that he was a rich man. However, Erdal felt that the more such fools there were, the better. This way, they wouldn't starve to death. In short, during this period of time, Erdal saw too many things and also learned a lot. For example, the people at the bottom begged and spent a lot of money for their children to receive a good education. However, they didn't think that it was useless. He also saw the imprisoned beasts in the zoo. They were in pain and lost their freedom. Abominable human beings were like this city. They were full of hostility and power. They were like giant maggots that made people nauseous. Of course, Erdal also saw a shop with a conscience that ran a good business with integrity. It was a shop opened by a cat-human merchant at the bottom of the society. Erdal drank there and won another bottle. This cat-human couple worked hard in a foreign country with a little cat-human. They worked hard every day to run the shop well. When they weren't paying attention, Erdal left a letter and a small bag of gold coins. As for the content of the letter, probably only the cat-human couple knew. Erdal also saw the diligent farmers who worked hard. When they ate, even the ordinary food was delicious and they were happy from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing the beauty of the people at the bottom, Erdal didn't want to completely destroy this city. He saw hope and love. These people didn't know the dirty and disgusting things of the upper class at all. In fact, this was a good thing. It was also a kind of protection. It was true that under prosperity were all ruins, and under power were all bones. Chapter 110. Ever since I completed the quest to eliminate the undead Witch King, I haven't been in a good state. Avina was injured because of me, which made me feel guilty and regretful. In order to forget the past, Avina and I temporarily left the Demon Hunter's Blade and rented a house in Kellendil. I didn't take any more quests for the time being and spent my previous savings. And recently, I started to learn cooking from a chef. Avina's injuries were much better after this period of recuperation. The blue protective magic in her body, I never figured out what it was. Not only did I not understand it, even the Belgrave Flammarion didn't know what it was. During this time, I thought about a lot of questions. Although I haven't found the answer, I'm working hard. Kellendil, the place where Avina and I met, is also the beginning of this story. At that time, the Black Dragon's wings of destruction attacked the capital, which led to the turmoil that followed. That day, I thought it was the end of the world, but I was wrong. Lancelot told me a lot about the Black Dragon Erdal, the 7 Demon Kings, and the demon god Athol. During this time, the Belgrave Flammarion often came to guide me and told me a lot about the past. I was even more determined to become stronger. Only then could I protect the people I loved and the people who loved me. After absorbing the dragon soul of Giron di Lago, my dragon soul power increased a lot. Recently, I took time out every day to train myself. I felt that in the previous battles, I couldn't shoulder the responsibility of taking care of the team. Because of this, Lophis sacrificed himself for this mission. Natalia's magic power was destroyed and she returned to Ferelden with her uncle. Flance also lost an arm because of this. He brought the letter I wrote to Highside the Elder back to the Demon Hunter's Blade, along with Kelvin and Mayfair. On this day, as usual, I left my rented room and went to the restaurant where I usually did my apprenticeship. I don't know why, but I always hear some strange voices in my head, as if they want to tell me something. Just as I arrived at the restaurant, before I had time to change my clothes, I heard that something had happened in town. In the morning, people saw a large number of troops gathering in the direction of the Hero Palace. I don't know what happened, but I have a bad premonition. Thus, I didn't even have time to change my clothes before I rushed home. Walking on the streets, there were fully armed soldiers everywhere. Just as I was about to reach the rental house, someone suddenly ran out from the corner of the street and rushed towards me. Her mouth was full of blood, her eyes were black and blue, and her clothes were torn as if she had just fought with someone. If it wasn't for the fact that I was a trained mercenary and that the other party was a woman, I might have been injured by her sudden charge. But because of my vigilance and my body's conditioned reflexes, I was able to subdue her before she could attack me. She did not stop struggling and tried to attack me with the dagger in her hand. Right at that moment, I didn't have much time to think, as more people like her came from the other corner of the street. I didn't have any weapons with me, and I didn't want to provoke them. I had to let go of the woman and run in the direction of my house. The woman and the group of people chased after me. Finally, I arrived at my house. I quickly opened the door and locked it from the inside. At this moment, Ari Wayner saw that I had returned and immediately handed me the weapon she had prepared. Even though her internal injuries had not completely healed and she was still very weak, she was already dressed in battle clothes and prepared for battle. She told me that a large group of mobs had come out of nowhere and were causing trouble in the town this morning. After the disaster of the undead, Kellendil wasn't as good as it used to be. Now and then, there would be riots. Moreover, the city was badly damaged, and the number of soldiers was greatly reduced. This city, which used to be incomparably glorious, was now in dire straits. We didn't have much time to think. The mobs had already used axes to break the door and lock of my house. It was the same woman and two other strong men. They were holding axes and machetes. This time, they had entered the wrong house and provoked the people they shouldn't have provoked. I used my shield to block their attacks and used my sword of retribution to stab one of the tall men holding an axe to death. Avina used her ice arrow to kill the other strong man holding a machete who tried to charge at us. Seeing the two men next to her fall, the crazy woman wanted to run away. However, I didn't give her the chance. I rushed forward and knocked her unconscious with my shield. When I woke her up, I had already tied her hands behind her back with a hemp rope. When she saw the sword in my hand, she shivered in fear. She didn't dare to look at me and Avina. She could only curl up in a corner. "Please, I beg you, don't kill me." I had no other choice. She begged me in Durman. "Who sent you to cause trouble in the city? What's your purpose?" I asked her in Durman. "I don't know anything. I don't know anything." The woman shivered in fear and started to babble nonsense. "Don't test my patience. I don't show mercy to women, especially women like you." I pretended to be impatient and prepared to rub my fists. Actually, I just wanted to scare her. However, she suddenly screamed and stared in front of her as if she had lost her sight. Avina told me to stop interrogating the woman and hand her over to the soldiers on the street. It would be difficult to get anything out of this woman. It was possible that she was forced and didn't know the truth. However, from the way she chased after me with a dagger, she didn't look like an ordinary woman. I had no choice. Although I wanted to know who the mastermind was, I still had my own matters to attend to. Since it was a riot in the city, I decided to hand the woman over to the soldiers on the street. I escorted the woman to the street. Although she didn't want to, I still handed her over to some of Alonso's soldiers who were patrolling the streets. When the soldiers saw the woman, they took out a thick list of names in their hands and compared them. Finally, they saw the woman's arrest warrant. The soldiers were very happy. They even gave me 5 silver coins as a reward. Alonso's army had suffered heavy losses in the battle against the undead. More importantly, the city didn't have enough food. In short, the sacred city of Kellendil, the heart of the empire, was facing an unprecedented challenge. Kellendil was in a state of chaos. As for myself, I was in a perplexed predicament. I didn't know where my path was. I recalled the things that Lancelot had told me. I had to make a choice. I couldn't let this continue. Chapter 111. At that moment, in the kingdom of Northland, a snowflake drifted across the sky. It was going to snow so soon. It was only September, and the moon was clear, but it was already snowing. Looking at the snowflakes drifting down from the window, Gravel thought of Darlena, who was far away in the south. Many years had passed in the blink of an eye. He still remembered the first time he saw Darlena. She was tied up in a tavern. Fortunately, Gravel arrived in time to save her. After that, they fled together. Darlena didn't have many good days with Gravel. She even sacrificed herself to save Gravel. After becoming the Empress of the Empire, Theoden the Great was burned alive by the Black Dragon Erdal on the night of his 60th birthday celebration. After that, Darlena became the Emperor's widow. She brought along her and Theoden's child, Kaiser, and lived alone in the imperial capital without anyone to rely on. In fact, Darlena and Theoden had another child. It was their first child, a girl. The Empire announced that the child had died prematurely, but she wasn't. She was still alive and well in the kingdom of Northland. The girl was called Isabella. Theoden found out through his intelligence network that the child he had with Darlena wasn't his. Instead, it was the child of Baron Sedak and Darlena. The child was exiled to the north the moment she was born and secretly imprisoned. It was announced that she was dead. Theoden didn't kill the child in secret and instead sent people to take care of and teach the girl. This was already very benevolent of him. However, he also took away the girl's freedom. But how many people were truly free? To be able to live like this was already very good. That was until the Black Dragon attacked Kellendil. Under Gravel's leadership, the Northlands began to fight for independence. Later, Gravel's subordinate, Horfwood, found Princess Isabella of Denmark at a place called Borhinia Manor in Great Bear Town, Gorgon, which was now the capital of the Northland. They brought Isabella back to Gorgon and brought her to see Gravel. Isabella, who was almost an adult, didn't look much different from Darlena. She was as beautiful as her mother. However, due to Isabella's past and her current background, Gravel could only keep her by his side as an adopted daughter. Looking at the growing Isabella, Gravel couldn't help but think of Darlena. Every time he thought of this, Gravel would feel a deep sense of self-blame and guilt in his heart. Although Isabella was the child of that bastard Sedak, she was also Darlena's flesh and blood. This child was innocent. Gravel took care of this child like a biological father. He wanted to make up for his love for her mother and what he owed her to this lovely child. Sometimes, he couldn't even tell if Gravel loved the child or if it was just because he loved the child's mother. Was that love really just fatherly love? Father, what are you looking at here? Isabella was like a cute kitten. She tiptoed to Gravel's side, wanting to scare this dignified father of hers. Isabella, who was wearing a white dress, looked very cute and lively. There was only an innocent and pure beauty on her face. Gravel, who was deep in thought, was a little startled by this sudden sentence. However, his years of shrewdness made him immediately calm down. When he saw the girl in front of him, who was as beautiful as Darlena and even more beautiful than her mother, she walked into his heart. "You mischievous brat, why are you looking for me again?" Gravel said with a smile. At this moment, his expression really could be called a kind father. "Father, the swordsmanship master you found for me a few days ago was defeated by me. It seems that his skills are only SOSO. Isabella stared at Gravel with her big watery eyes. Gravel also had a headache when it came to this girl. She wasn't like other noble ladies who liked embroidery, reading, and dressing up. Instead, she was very interested in weapons, military, and combat skills. It could be said that she didn't like heavy makeup but weapons. Although he couldn't do anything about this daughter of his, Gravel still doted on this daughter of his. He found many teachers, swordsmanship masters, and military officers to tutor Isabella. As a matter of fact, the new swordsmanship master was defeated by Isabella in less than 2 days. When it came to Isabella's combat skills, Gravel really admired her from the bottom of his heart. Whether it was speed, strength, agility, or reaction, it really made Gravel feel that the younger generation was to be feared. At first, Gravel thought that Isabella was just playing around on the spur of the moment. However, when he seriously interacted with this underage girl, he couldn't help but admire her. In fact, he couldn't help but admire Isabella. Whether it was her views on governance or military affairs, Isabella wasn't inferior to the ministers, generals, and lords around Gravel. In some aspects, Isabella's unique views were even more brilliant than those of the ministers of the kingdom. After all, these ministers of the kingdom had vested interests. In many aspects, they only looked at their own interests, so it was inevitable that they would be short-sighted. However, Isabella was different. She was able to look at the interests of the kingdom and had higher goals and ideas. She had a very strong vision and strategic vision. As a result, if there was any problem, Gravel wanted to communicate with Isabella from the bottom of his heart. Although she was still an underage girl, other noble ladies of her age were still playing with dolls every day. Other than liking combat, Isabella also especially liked reading. For this reason, Gravel even ordered people to collect a large number of books and built a Kingdom of Northland library for Isabella to use. Sometimes, Gravel would secretly sigh. If only Isabella was his own flesh and blood. But no matter what, Isabella was Darlena's child and his own adopted daughter. Now, in the whole kingdom, not many people knew of Isabella's true identity. Gravel treated Isabella as his own daughter and took good care of her and taught her. Now, everyone in the kingdom knew that Isabella was Gravel's adopted daughter and the official princess of the Kingdom of Northland. Fate was really an interesting thing. No one knew where the river of fate would flow in the next second and where it would turn. All living things were just the most insignificant specks of dust on the chessboard of fate. What fate awaited the great king of Northland and Isabella? Chapter 112. Isabella was not only interested in combat and swordsmanship, she was also very interested in history and politics. Her personal maids, like her, were also quite knowledgeable about combat techniques. For a time, Isabella, the princess of the Kingdom of Northland, was pursued by many nobles in the kingdom. Everyone knew that the princess was not only smart, but also very beautiful. Among them, there was no lack of people in the kingdom. The second son of Duke Horf, Duke Ackerman Wood, was called Duke Ackerman Wood. Although he was not as handsome as his brother, he was still considered a talent. More importantly, he was about the same age as Princess Isabella of Denmark, only 2 years older than her. His brother, Patrick Wood, had married Lord Wilson's daughter, Duke Bethman Watson's daughter, Jenny, a few years ago. Lord Wilson and the Lord of Gorgallen had also married, but the Lord of Gorgallen was only an honorary lord. The capital, Gorgallen, was not his territory. Some of the subordinate places, such as Byron Bay and Great Bear Town, were his territories. Although Hoffman had his own castle, Bear Castle, and family soldiers in Gorgallen, the main political center of Gorgallen was still Gravel's Eagle Castle, known as the King of Northland. Moreover, the entire Northland's main army was the soldiers of the King of Northland. Only a small number of lords had their own army. Bethman and Horf were the most powerful lords among them, who asked them to follow Gravel and fight their way to victory. At the border between the German Empire and the Kingdom of Northland, there was an impassable fortress for northerners to go south. It was firmly guarded by Alonso's father, Tyrone William. The William family was originally just a small military noble family in the empire. It was only because of the appearance of Tyrone and Alonso, this pair of military genius father and son, coupled with the current political situation, that the William family became a dazzling new star in the empire. At this moment, the foundation of the William family, Blackstone Castle. Father, although those barbaric northerners are cruel, their princess is said to be very beautiful and smart. I also want to see her. Tyrone William's youngest son, Joe William, pleaded to his father. Dressed in black, Tyrone William looked at his youngest son with a dignified aura. He was at a loss of what to do. It must be known that the two countries were still in a state of war. The entire kingdom of Northland's legitimacy was not recognized by the German Empire. It was a fact that the empire had the will, but it was powerless. It was ridiculous for him to allow his son to go to an enemy country to meet the princess of an occupied country. Moreover, he was the son of a military noble of the empire. This was almost the same as treason. Brother, don't bother father anymore. It's impossible between you and that northern girl. Besides, you can control those northern barbarians. Who knows if that Isabella will bite your ear when she gets excited? Haha. Joe's younger sister, Blanche, was gloating at Joe's misfortune. No, definitely not. Before I send you to the Empire's military court, you better disappear from my sight. Old Tyron's attitude was very firm. There was nothing he could do. His father's order was like a mountain pressing down on him. Joe could only tactfully leave the castle's Lord's Hall. Blanche, who left together with him, followed behind her brother and kept on laughing at him. This younger sister of his was not like his elder brother. When he was young, he often could not see his elder brother because he had gone out to study and travel. Instead, she had been following him around since birth. Sometimes, Joe really loved his younger sister. Sometimes, he really hated her. However, no matter what, his relationship with his younger sister was still the closest. If anyone dared to touch a hair on his younger sister, Joe would be the first to disagree. That was because in this cold family that only relied on strength, his younger sister was the only one who had any kinship with him. Silly brother, don't tell me you're really thinking of marrying that northern girl? Then why don't you sneak over yourself? Blanche had been mischievous and lively since she was young, just like a tomboy. Although she did not have any achievements in the righteous path, she could be said to be one of the best when it came to unorthodox and petty tricks. Sneak over? Are you kidding me? Now, can a fly come to Blackstone Castle from the north, or go to the north? There are more soldiers than flies on both sides of the border. It's already a blessing that we haven't started a war yet. Joe said unhappily. Then what can you do even if father agrees to it? You still can't cross over, right? Blanche's clever mind did not react for a moment. Of course it's different. I can rightfully visit Princess Isabella of Denmark as the Empire's envoy. Joe was so happy that he felt as light as a swallow when he thought of this. But that's almost the same as declaring the legitimacy of the Kingdom of Northland. Kaiser the Great will definitely not agree to it. Thinking of this, Joe felt as if he was being crushed by a huge rock. Then you should just give up. Haha, unless. Blanche's little eyes turned as an idea came to her mind. Unless what? Joe seemed to see the flames of hope rising when he heard this. Sigh, I won't tell you unless you beg me, Blanche said arrogantly. At the same time, she jumped around in her shiny little boots like a little deer. I'm begging you, my good sister. Brother will promise you anything you want. Every night, Joe would lie in bed and think of the beauty from the far north. Although Joe had never seen Isabella, one of his officers had seen the princess of the Northland. Coincidentally, this officer had also learned how to draw. He painted Isabella into a portrait. In the portrait, she was wearing a white combat uniform and wielding a two-handed sword. Her golden hair fluttered in the wind. Not far away, the white horse seemed to be captivated by her beauty. The officer said that his painting was not exaggerated at all. He had seen it with his own eyes. The key was that his painting was not good enough. Although the princess he had painted was also very beautiful, the real princess was 100 times more beautiful than this. She was even more beautiful than Queen Dailina. Joe had never seen this princess before. However, he had seen Empress Dailina when he was with his brother. Although she was no longer young and was no longer the empress, but the mother of the new emperor, she was still as beautiful as ever. It was as if time had not left a trace on her. Most importantly, Shorel loved girls who knew how to ride horses. Shorel was unable to extricate himself from Isabella and had been thinking about her day and night. Brother, what's wrong? Do you still want to know my method? Blanche asked when she saw her brother in a daze. She had wanted to keep her brother in suspense. Chapter 113. Ackerman, who had regained his senses, looked at his sister Blanche with a love-hate relationship. "Tell me, what should I do?" Ackerman could only ask his sister for help in order to see Isabella. "Aha, you're finally begging me. I thought you weren't going to beg me anymore." Blanche became proud again. "Hurry up and tell me, my good sister. Don't keep me in suspense." Ackerman could only suppress his patience and ask his sister. "All right, I think you can disguise yourself as a group of smugglers and cross over Wilson's mountain range to see the woman of your dreams. As for father, I will think of a way to smooth things over for you. When the time comes, you just need to be smart and go to the hinterland of the north. Disguise yourself as a merchant there and say that you have an important treasure to offer to their king. Perhaps you will be able to see the Isabella that you've been yearning for day and night." Blanche told her brother her idea in one breath. After listening to her brother, he fell into deep thought. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this method before. He believed that with his sister's intelligence, she could help him hide it from his father for a long time. After all, his father loved this little sister of his very much. However, the problem was that this method was very dangerous. Even if it succeeded, what if Gravel saw through his identity and arrested him as a spy? Wouldn't that be giving away a hostage for nothing? Don't think about it, my good brother. Time waits for no one. By the time you think it through, that Isabella will be a mother. Also, for the sake of the goddess in your heart, you don't even dare to take this risk. What kind of love is that? Blanche said straightforwardly. Chorrel didn't have a choice. His sister was right. This was his only chance. Who asked him to love an extraordinary person? A few days later, Chorrel left Blackstone Castle with a small group of trusted personal guards in the name of returning to Kellendale to look for his brother. Everyone was traveling light and riding fast horses. However, they were carrying an extremely precious item. It was placed in a rectangular box. This was an item that was to be presented to Gravel. It was carefully kept. After exiting the Blackstone fort, the group pretended to head towards the direction of Galandir. However, in the blink of an eye, the group of people had taken a detour from their original route and ran towards the deserted path, heading towards the dangerous Wilson Mountains in the north. This was the border where there were very few troops on both sides. The reason why there were so few troops was because there was no need to. There were ravines, jungles, precipitous cliffs, and ferocious beasts. It was very dangerous, and it was easy to get lost. It could be said that there was basically no road. There was no other way. For Isabella, even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, he had to give it a try. Back in the Kingdom of Northland, Gravel had been troubled by something recently. Fortunately, he had Isabella by his side. When there were things that Gravel couldn't discuss with the lords, ministers, and nobles, he liked to talk to Isabella. He would often be enlightened and solve the troubles in his heart. As a result, Gravel went to the manor where Isabella lived. At this time, Isabella was practicing her swordsmanship with the company of a few personal maids. Among these maids, there was a maid called Kay. This maid did not have a surname because she was the daughter of a slave. She and Isabella grew up together. They were about the same age, and Kay was only 3 years older than her. Kay's mother was from Northland. At that time, she was a slave captured by the Empire and sent to the north to secretly take care of Isabella, who was just born not long ago. Kay also came to the north with her mother and stayed by the side of this little princess who was not liked since birth. Since young, the two of them grew up together under the careful care of Kay's mother. Many years later, on the night of Kay's mother's death, Kay's mother told the young Kay the truth of the matter at her bedside. At that moment, she realized that she and her sister, who she spent all her time with, were people from two different worlds. For a moment, that kind of blow was no different from losing two of her family members, the two closest people to her. After so many years, Kai also understood that people's fates were different from the day they were born. Some people were born to be slaves, while others were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. This was something that could not be made up for no matter how hard one tried, because from the beginning, they were from two different worlds. This was fate. Even though so many years had passed, Kay still took care of Isabella on behalf of her mother as if she was her own sister. Kay was also a free person, but she was still a free person without a surname. In the manor, Kay was wearing a female leather armor. Her exquisite curves showed off Kay's perfect figure. Kay was not very good-looking, and she could not compare to her sister Isabella. However, Kay was not ugly, just more ordinary. However, Kay's strength was indeed better than Isabella's. She held a small round shield in her left hand, and the spear in her right hand was replaced with a female spear wrapped in cloth. She wore a helmet and was glaring at Isabella. Isabella, wearing a training armor and a wooden two-handed sword, was also facing Kay. The two of them faced each other, and a wonderful fight was about to begin. At this time, Gravel also arrived at the manor with the guards. Gravel indicated that the guards did not need to inform Isabella, and that he could directly enter. As soon as he entered, he saw Isabella and Kay sparring. The other maids were also watching and learning. Kay was the first to attack, madly rushing at Isabella. Her speed was extremely fast, and her strength was also ruthless. She first feinted an attack at Isabella's head, wanting Isabella to block this attack. She immediately attacked with 3 consecutive stabs, but Isabella used her movement skills to dodge this probing attack, and blocked it with a backhand block, breaking the attack. Kay directly turned around, using her right hand to wave the lady's spear, and with a horizontal sweep, she wanted to attack Isabella's lower body. Isabella was also not to be trifled with. She waved the wooden two-handed sword and heavily slashed at Kay, causing Kay to have no choice but to use the round shield in her left hand to block the slash. It should be known that if this slash hit her body, it would not be a joke. In this way, the two sides went back and forth, you attack and I defend. For a moment, the fight was so intense that the other maids completely did not notice that Gravel was also watching this fight. Kay, on the other hand, saw Gravel and was momentarily distracted. She wanted to win against Isabella, just like in most situations. But it should be known that when the difference in strength between the two sides was not too great, a flaw or distraction could easily be grasped by the opponent to create a decisive blow. Isabella of course saw Kay's flaw, but could she use this flaw to decide the victory in one fell swoop? Gravel did not speak, he only silently watched this fight. Chapter 114. Isabella stabbed at Kay's lower right abdomen. Kay didn't have time to block with her shield. She wanted to retreat, but Isabella followed closely behind her. Isabella quickly bumped Kay with her shoulder, then turned around and slashed at Kay's head. Kay's spear couldn't block the attack. Gravel applauded. Only then did everyone realize that Gravel was here. Only Kay knew that Gravel had been here for a long time. Isabella had won this match, and Kay admitted defeat wholeheartedly. Isabella was very happy to see Gravel. She pounced at Gravel in full armor, not caring about the dust on her body. "Father, how come you have time to visit me today?" Isabella said with a smile. "I wanted to see what you've been up to and chat with you." Gravel was also very happy to see his daughter. "Father, are you unhappy about something? Wait for me, I'll go wash up." Isabella asked her father to wait in the hall for a while, then happily ran to her room to wash up. This clever little girl. Gravel looked at his daughter's back and smiled. After a while, Isabella changed into a blue dress. She looked no different from an ordinary princess, except that she was more beautiful. Just like that, the two began to talk about recent events. "What's wrong, father? Is there something important that you can't decide?" Isabella looked at her adoptive father, her eyes shining with wisdom. The ministers of the kingdom are really arguing about the new currency. Gravel didn't hide it. In his eyes, his daughter was more far-sighted than the ministers of the kingdom. "I've heard about this, father. It's true that this matter has caused quite a stir in the kingdom. But as a legal kingdom, using another country's currency is absurd and laughable. It's fundamentally undesirable." Isabella looked at Gravel. Gravel didn't say anything. He wanted to hear Isabella's opinion. Seeing that Gravel didn't say anything, Isabella continued. "Currency is the foundation of a country. It can be said that there are a lot of people who oppose it because they have vested interests. They have a lot of interests with the German Empire. They want to keep the empire's currency as a backup plan. Because of this, we have to vigorously promote our own currency. Sigh, if only the whole kingdom could do this. Ever since I became king, I haven't been particularly happy for a few days. I can only feel relaxed when I chat with you. Gravel didn't seem like a king at all, he was just an ordinary person who couldn't find an answer. Father, do people like you feel fear? Isabella suddenly asked. Fear? Perhaps there's not a day that I don't spend in loneliness and fear. As a king, I have to keep a poker face, and I can't show any weakness. I have to weigh both sides' opinions, and I can't let either side have the upper hand. I can't easily express my opinion, because it will be used by others. Not only that, I have to use all kinds of balancing skills to unify the interests of the kingdom. It's really too difficult, but I can only shoulder everything like this. Gravel said what he felt in his heart. He felt incomparably relaxed. This was the only place where he dared to show his true colors. In that case, we will first reform the currency and establish our own currency and economic system. This way, not only will our ordinary people have a sense of belonging, but the legitimacy of our kingdom will also become more and more stable. Father, your family's coat of arms is an eagle. I suggest that we engrave your coat of arms and your head on the currency. As for the specific exchange rate problem, we can leave it to the finance minister, Salem, to handle. He will know more about this. We also have to leave the professional matters to the professionals, and not hold all the power in our hands, Isabella said. Okay, my good daughter, we will do as you say. In fact, this is also what I was thinking, but it will inevitably affect the interests of many people. The kingdom has just been established, and I am afraid that the people will not be stable, Gravel said. But only when it's fast can we cut the Gordian knot. There is no foolproof plan, and there is no such thing as only profit and no loss. The king really has to weigh the pros and cons, and guide the people to a better state. Sometimes, it requires great courage and willpower. A leader must have a certain degree of foresight, and must not be indecisive. Isabella said to her father. She did not seem like an ordinary underage princess at all. Who would have thought that the impetus for such a matter that would determine the fate of the kingdom would be quietly born from a conversation between a father and daughter in a manor? By the way, father, have you heard about the recent riots in Kellendale? Isabella asked Gravel. I have. Now, the pro-war faction and those who are waiting to see what happens are also secretly competing with each other. They are all waiting to see what I mean. Then, father, what do you mean? Isabella said with a smile. Now that the kingdom has just suffered from the undead disaster, all the forces have gathered, each with their own ulterior motives. We are also eyeing the dying kingdom covetously. However, the Blackstone Castle is like a nail embedded in my throat, and the kingdom is also surging with undercurrents. It is difficult for us to make any big moves. No, father. Recently, the strong fortresses have often been opened from the inside. What we lack is a true understanding of the enemy, and the means to infiltrate the enemy. All right, that's all for today. The matter with the Empire is not that simple. We still need to wait for the right time. Clearly, now is not the time. Gravel waved his hand, indicating that he did not want to discuss this topic any further. However, Isabella knew that war between the Kingdom of Northland and the German Empire was inevitable, and could break out at any moment. At this moment, Shorel and the others who had been trekking for a few days were wearing tattered clothes, and their weapons were stained with blood. Along the way, they had encountered many bandits, robbers, beasts, and monsters. The difficult road did not stop them, although some of them had already left this world forever. Shorel tightly protected the rectangular box that he carried with him, because it was the key to meeting Gravel. As for what was inside, no one knew. Looking at the forest not far away, Shorel believed that he would meet Isabella one day. And now that I am in Kellendale, what I have seen and heard in this period of time has strengthened my conviction and determination. Chapter 115. Kellendale, the newly built Hall of Heroes. Behind it was a swimming pool that Kaiser the Great had ordered to be built. This huge pool made of pure white marble was the emperor's favorite place to hang out. At the moment, Kaiser the Great's favorite banquet was being held here to celebrate Alonso's contribution in quelling the rebellion. Actually, this was just an excuse. Kaiser the Great would use all sorts of excuses to hold a banquet. At the banquet, there was roasted meat, fruit, and fine wine everywhere. Of course, there were all sorts of sexy and beautiful maids and female slaves. Most of the people invited this time were nobles and soldiers of the empire. Of course, Alonso, who had contributed greatly to the rebellion, was among them. Kaiser and Alonso stood side by side. Kaiser held a golden wine cup filled with the finest cellar wine. He hugged Alonso's shoulders, and his steps seemed a little unsteady. This banquet would last for 3 days and 3 nights. To be honest, Alonso wasn't in the mood to fool around. He knew that the entire empire was in a precarious situation. A few years ago, it was Alonso who led the army to quell the nobles and solidify Kaiser's position as emperor. At the time, the wings of destruction attacked Kellendil. Theoden the Great died without a complete corpse. Only Darlina and the then Prince Kaiser were left alone. Alonso led the army to quell the rebellion, rebuild Kellendil, and help Prince Kaiser ascend to the throne. Now, Prince Kaiser had grown up. However, even his mother, Darlina, couldn't stand his actions. Kaiser had been spoiled since he was young. At the same time, he had seen all sorts of disasters and life-and-death situations. He began to think that since humans couldn't live forever and dangers would come at any time, he might as well enjoy himself while he could. He could live a carefree life. However, the problem was that Kaiser's happiness was built on the pain of many people. Some people's daughters were forcefully taken away against their will and turned into female slaves for Prince Kaiser's pleasure. Even I had personally witnessed an unfamiliar girl jump off a very high bridge because Kaiser wanted to pamper her. She was also unyielding. The bottom of the bridge was filled with water, but the girl fell onto a protruding surface of the water and died on the spot, her brain matter spurting out. And this girl's parents and relatives were also ordered by Emperor Keyes to be burned alive. The resentment of the people had always been like a shadow hanging over Kellendil. Even when the undead army attacked Kellendil, Kaiser the Great did not appear from beginning to end. He fought alongside his people. The difference between him and Theoden the Great was like the difference between heaven and earth. Theoden the Great loved his people like his own children. He led his soldiers in the front and had astonishing strength. He was simply a wise ruler that the people loved most. On the other hand, Kaiser only cared about women. He was clearly a smelly brat who was not even fully grown, yet he only knew how to find ways to enjoy himself. He was extravagant and wasteful. Originally, after the battle with the undead, Kellendil's resources were very tight. However, Kaiser did not care at all and continued to hold a banquet. Kaiser even brought the nobles to the bustling areas of the city. The luxurious carriages were equivalent to the lifetime income of an ordinary family. The expensive horses were priceless treasures. On the streets of the city, without any warning, they charged into the crowd. Kaiser enjoyed all of this. Looking at the frightened commoners and the injured commoners who fell to the ground, Kaiser personally took out his sword and chopped off the heads of those who were injured. More and more nobles supported Kaiser. These people followed Kaiser the Great and committed all kinds of crimes. The large racetrack in the northern part of the city was the German Empire's royal racetrack. Kaiser the Great would also bring people here to watch the horse races. He would even personally compete with the horses. He would also hunt at the royal forest next to the racetrack. The price of each horse in the racetrack was more than 100,000 gold dragon coins. This was something that ordinary people would not even dare to think about. Of course, the poor would not think about it either. Poverty limited their imagination. What was different from before was that Kaiser the Great's targets were humans. Living slaves were hunted like animals. There was also a huge Colosseum built in the city. There were slaves and beasts inside. Kaiser the Great let people fight in it. The flow of blood brought Kaiser endless pleasure. Darlina was even placed under house arrest by Kaiser the Great. Darlina could only pray to God that all of this was just a nightmare. People did not know why Prince Kaiser had become like this. They also did not know when he had become like this. They only knew that many of them had a blood feud with Kaiser the Great. Many ministers and nobles who opposed Kaiser the Great were secretly executed. Everyone guessed that this might have something to do with the empire's chief magic advisor, Moles. Alonso was also helpless. He did not know how to solve these problems. He was only a military genius, not a political expert. Now that Kaiser the Great had the support of the nobles, his rule was extremely firm. Alonso was also an accomplice under Kaiser the Great's rule. Alonso had been taught to be loyal to the Lord and the Emperor since he was young. In the face of all this, he could only choose to accept it. Now, the entire upper class of the German Empire, especially the nobles of Kellendal, were simply taking advantage of the common people for fun. Corruption, extravagance, and promiscuity swept through the empire. The common people were suffering unspeakably. They were in an abyss of suffering. The crimes of the nobles were covered up, and there was no law. There was a very interesting noble. His house was filled with all kinds of collectibles. These collectibles included lifelike figures. There were even wooden figurines of the Emperor, Darlena, and Alonso. They were as lifelike as real people. Even the clothes and weapons could be taken off and put on. Not only that, but there were also all kinds of strange things inside. It was simply a museum of strange things. Anyone who entered would gasp in amazement and be amazed. Ever since I caught the violent woman who tried to kill me and chose to hand her over to Alonso's soldiers, I began to blame myself. I even started to blame myself. Maybe she was just an ordinary person who was forced into a corner and didn't know anything. At this time, the sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Soon, the entire sky was covered. A few huge bolts of lightning fell from the sky, followed by thunderclaps and heavy rain. For a moment, the streets of the entire city were soaked in rain. Kellendal was known as the Holy City, but now, even the heavy rain could not wash away the filth under the prosperity. The people of the church were also very active recently. They went everywhere to preach the gospel of the 7 gods. For a moment, many people joined the church. Under this prosperous era, several undercurrents were surging. An unprecedented crisis shrouded the imperial city with hundreds of years of history. Everyone had their own plans, waiting for the last stone that would crush the empire. Chapter 116. After experiencing the chaos in Kellendal, I knew that there was no point in staying in this place any longer. Now, I have to become stronger. I can't run away or wander around anymore. I told Avina my thoughts, and she agreed to come with me. At this moment, it was still raining heavily in Kellendal. The heavy rain in the past 2 days was a disaster for the civilians in the city. Many people's houses had collapsed and flooded. The people were already struggling to make a living, and now, they were complaining everywhere. Avina and I decided to leave tonight. We planned to go to a place further north, where we would train harder. We packed up our things. I used Athel's light, which was also the space ring, to bring everything that I could bring with me. We left the rented house, and while the heavy rain blurred our vision, we went to a deserted place in the city. I turned into Yang Long's form, and carried Avina to the north. As soon as we left, a few people from the church ran back to the San Antonio Cathedral to report to the bishop. Avina was wearing a huge cloak, and she was also wearing a mask. She was riding on my huge dragon back, and her hands were tightly gripping the spikes on my back. I flapped my huge dragon wings and soared into the sky. Strangely, after we left Kellendal's airspace, there was no rain. It was as if there was only Kellendal's cloudy sky and torrential rain. The wind whistled past my dragon head. Fortunately, Avina was wearing a special mask. Otherwise, the wind would have cut her tender cheeks like a knife. I was extremely fast. Fortunately, Avina wasn't an ordinary woman. Her body was actually very strong. It occurred to me, after all this time, that I knew very little of her history. We flew over mountains, forests, and rivers. I don't know how long we flew, but we stopped to eat and rest. "Little brat, have you made up your mind?" the Belgrave Flammarion asked me. "Yes, I've decided that I can't go on like this," I replied telepathically. Finally, We arrived in the Kingdom of Northland. I didn't go to Grizzly Bear Town because I didn't know how to face Highside the Elder. To be honest, I didn't want to involve him and his mercenary group. Although Lophis was involved and sacrificed, I don't want more people to be sacrificed because of this. They are all my comrades. There are some things that I have to solve on my own. This is my mission. I have written it very clearly in my letter to Highside the Elder. Finally, I flew to the foot of a snowy mountain. This was the border between the Dwarf Kingdom and the Kingdom of Northland. At the foot of the snow, there was a dark blue lake with a hint of dark green. The snow here was very thick and cold. Avina and I put on the thick clothes we took out from our spatial rings. Here, even the air they exhaled was filled with white mist. Let's do it here. This place is very suitable for my cultivation. Because I cultivated Yang Long's draconic magic, there was a possibility that I would go berserk. Therefore, the cold here was able to suppress the raging flames in my body. Also, there was an abandoned wooden house here. From the outside, there were no signs of people living here. Avina and I decided to renovate this place into our temporary home. We didn't know who the previous owner of this wooden house was. In any case, this place now belonged to me and Avina. It was no wonder that there were people living here. This place was simply a paradise with beautiful scenery. It was especially suitable for cultivation, except that it was a little cold. Avina and I decided to stay here for the night. Tomorrow morning, we would start decorating our new home. We pushed open the door of the wooden house. It was very dark inside, and there was an indescribable smell. Avina and I didn't feel afraid. After all, we had seen things 10,000 times worse than this. Avina's injuries were almost healed. Her recovery ability was really strong. However, there was a scar on her face because of me. I took out a torch from my spatial ring and used a bit of magic to light it up. Using the torchlight, I took a look at the general situation of the house. Actually, the previous owner of this wooden house was a very sentimental person. The house wasn't messy at all. In fact, it could be said that it was very clean. However, from the dust, it seemed that no one had lived here for a long time. Using the broom we brought, Avina and I did a simple cleaning. There was a fireplace in the living room of the wooden house that could be used to warm the fire. Even the firewood was neatly stacked in the living room. We lit the stove in the room, and gradually the room grew warm and bright. The reason why the previous owner of this house was very sentimental could be seen from the arrangement of the items in the house. In addition to being neat and tidy, the items were placed in an orderly manner. There were several thick books on the desk. They were all written in Northland language. I casually flipped through them. One of the books was called Dragon on Newfang Mountain. However, there was no author's name. I didn't have time to read it in detail. After skimming through the book, I decided to read it when I had free time to cultivate. There were several withered flowers of an unknown species. They were placed in a vase on the windowsill. The vase was also very beautiful. After a simple cleaning, Avina and I took out the food, water, and sleeping bags we had brought. After eating and drinking, we lay on the bed and rested. After a few days of hard work, we felt a deep sense of fatigue. Soon, we fell asleep. The fire was crackling, and a sweet dream kept us awake until dawn. It was as if we were on vacation. It was as if everything that had happened before didn't exist. It was as if the bloody storm was just a fleeting cloud. It was as if we could live happily like this forever. I still remembered that time when Avina and I carried out our first bounty mission. The two of us were stranded on the small island that we later called Ivory Island. Our luck wasn't very good, but it wasn't bad either. We depended on each other on that island. We were very happy. I even wanted to live on that island without any worries. However, fate always goes against our wishes. Everything that happened after that made us change a lot and grow a lot. We were no longer the same people. We had to face our destiny. On the other hand, in the Borhinia Manor in Ursa Town, everything had changed since the day Flance, Kevin, and Mayfair returned. Once something happened, it would never be the same again. Chapter 117. In the Borhinia Manor, High-Side the Elder saw the letter I asked Flance to bring back. Old Caesar, more or less, knew how terrible this event was. He saw that Ivina, Natalia, and I didn't come back. Flance's arm was broken, and Lophis was a corpse. High-Side the Elder sighed. His heart was filled with bitterness. He opened the letter I wrote to him. Words are like a face-to-face. This incident has completely exceeded my imagination. I know a lot of things that I didn't know before. Histsama, you taught me like a father and a teacher. You raised me until I became an adult. But this time, I'm sorry to tell you that I might not come back. Thank you for being with me all this time. It's as if I know what my mission is and what I have to do next. I'm sorry. All of this happened because of me. Now, I have to face it alone. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, High-Side the Elder. Remember not to read too late at night. It's bad for your eyes. After reading the letter, High-Side the Elder threw the letter into the brazier. He didn't speak for a long time. The others didn't dare to speak either. The atmosphere was very tense. Then, High-Side the Elder spoke to the others. Bury Lophis' body properly. We still have things to do. King Gravel also sent someone to talk to us. He hopes that we can help them wholeheartedly, High-Side the Elder said. Just like that, everyone went to do their jobs. A few days later, we buried Lophis properly. As for me, we stayed in the wooden house in the snow for the night. The next morning, I opened the door. The beautiful scenery in front of us was breathtaking. Everywhere was covered in silver. The deep green pine trees were covered in thick snow. It was very beautiful. White steam rose from the dark green lake. Maybe it was because the air was too cold. The air here was sweet and the sky was clear. Occasionally, there were a few white clouds. At this moment, not far away, Ivina was cleaning and slaughtering the fish that she had caught. It turned out that Ivina had woken up early in the morning, but she didn't wake me up. Instead, she went fishing by herself. Soon, a pot of hot fish soup became our breakfast. It had to be said that Ivina's cooking skills had improved greatly. Although it was not as good as Kevin's craftsmanship, it was definitely acceptable. Fortunately, this time we brought almost all the things we used to live in Kellendil. Naturally, we also brought a lot of spices. After eating this fresh and delicious fish soup, not only was my stomach satisfied, I felt that my entire body was greatly satisfied. Even the hardships of running around for days could not compare to a bowl of fish soup made by the person he loved. I felt that this kind of life was the happiest. However, I couldn't just be happy like this. I still had more important things to do. Just like Lancelot said, I still had to challenge the remaining 3 demon kings. After defeating them, I would obtain their magic equipment and become the new demon god. Then, I would be able to join hands with Erdal to challenge the goddess of fate and take revenge for demon god Athol. After eating, Ivina and I carefully cleaned the place we lived in. This way, the place we lived in became very comfortable and suitable for living. Fortunately, the previous owner of this small wooden house had maintained it very well. It had all the basic living facilities, and it was very orderly. We only needed to clean up the dust. I was really curious. Who did this wooden house belong to? It was built in such a beautiful place. There were mountains, rivers, and forests. Before leaving, the house was very clean. I was really curious. In this way, after finishing all the cleaning, Ivina and I started our training in this beautiful and somewhat cold place. I trained bare-chested. The bone-chilling wind couldn't harm me in the slightest. Occasionally, when there was a heavy snowfall, I would let the snowflakes fall on my body. In an instant, the snowflakes seemed to fall on a hot stone slab and evaporated with a sizzling sound. My training had been going on for a while. The main thing was to integrate the power of Athol's magic equipment. I followed the method taught to me by the Belgrave Flammarion. I tried to use my mind to not activate the armor that was fused with my soul. First was the blood-dripping crown, also known as Athol's glory. I had obtained it from the bloody Queen Mavilla. It turned out that it had the ability to recover and heal. Next was the ghost armor, also known as Athol's protection. It was given to me by the undead witch King Lancelot. It could protect me from sword and blade attacks. Next was the Shadow Wings, also known as Athel's Freedom. It was given to me by the warlock Delamere. It allowed me to grow a pair of transparent soul wings on my back. It allowed me to fly freely in my human form and stand in the air. Next was the Spatial Ring, also known as Athel's Glory. It was the magic equipment I used the most. Not only that, the Belgrave Flammarion finally taught me how to use draconic magic seriously this time. Because my dragon soul power had become slightly stronger, he began to train me seriously. I could now freely switch between my half-dragon form, my full dragon form, and my human form. In my half-dragon form, I could use some weaker draconic magic, which was more convenient. As for my full dragon form, it consumed a lot of my energy. I could only use some powerful draconic magic, which wasn't suitable for normal use. These were the cultivation methods that Yang Long taught me. In addition, my own strength had also increased. I could finally use these magic freely without losing control. Seeing that I had turned into my half-dragon form, I used Yang Long's leap and used Yang Long's fist. With one punch, I broke the tree in front of me into two. One had to know that even two people wouldn't be able to hug that tree. It could be seen how thick it was. However, after being hit by my Yang Long's fist, the trunk of the tree burst into flames. Not bad. Little brat, how long have you been able to reach this level? However, it's still far from enough. You have to know that you will be facing the remaining 3 demon kings who don't want to be defeated by you. You can only defeat them if you use your true strength. The Belgrave Flammarion expressed his approval. Just like that, I cultivated day after day under Yang Long's guidance. Avina didn't stay idle either. She also cultivated. On the other side, Shorrel's group from Blackstone Castle had finally left the Wilson Mountains. However, the situation wasn't good. The rectangular box that Shorrel brought to Gravel was forced to stay in the Wilson Mountains. The few people who came with him were mostly injured. A few of them even died in the Wilson Mountains. They didn't know what the road ahead was, so they could only take one step at a time. Chapter 118. November 9th, 1500, the month of Rixuit was Isabella's coming-of-age ceremony, and the Kingdom of Northland held a grand celebration. Ministers, lords, rich merchants, and all kinds of important people in the kingdom gathered at Gorgon's Eagle Castle. Among them, besides King Gravel Nelson, the 2 most powerful people were Horf Wood, Lord of Gorgon, and Bethman Watson, Lord of Wilson. Lord Horf also brought his 2 sons to the banquet. One of them was his second son, Ackerman, who had admired Isabella for a long time, and his eldest son, Patrick, who had already married into the Watson family. Of course, there was another person who had to be mentioned. He was Horf's right-hand man, Ragnar Northbrook. This person was brave and had a very good military mind. He was a first-class talent. At the same time, he was also a small lord infeft by Duke Horf, and his territory was the Earl of Byron Bay. Of course, there were also many senior officials who participated in the banquet. They were not necessarily in high positions, but they were the most senior. For example, Anna, who had followed Gravel since the beginning, and Gravel's old butler, Haybull, who had supervised the preparation of the banquet. He was one of Gravel's most trusted people. Of course, there was also Gravel's good friend, Tony, who had always been inseparable. This person did not have any position, but no one dared to disrespect him. Disrespecting him was equivalent to disrespecting the king. Now, Tony had cultivated a little apprentice, who would become his successor in the future. Little John, who had attacked the monastery at night when Gravel was captured and exiled, had now grown up and learned from Tony. It could be said that Tony was almost Gravel's most trusted person. There was also Salem, the merchant who was the first to sponsor Gravel. Now, he had worked as a finance minister for many years and had become more and more shrewd. In recent years, the currency reform, the forced implementation of the Eagle currency system, and the elimination of the original Empire's gold dragon coins, was the biggest project he was responsible for. Because of this, the cohesion and legitimacy of the Kingdom of Northland had risen to a new level in recent years. Not only that, the Kingdom of Northland only spoke the ancient Northland language, which was proposed by Isabella. Now, it had been implemented vigorously, and it had achieved great results. In short, the newly independent Norland Kingdom was like a young man full of vigor. It was growing strong and was eyeing the aging Delman Empire in the south covetously. The Northland Kingdom's national consciousness, national cohesion, military, and technological development had all been greatly improved. Under the leadership of King Gravel, the kingdom was full of vitality, and rewards and punishments were clear. On the contrary, in the empire, the people were miserable, and Emperor Keys was tyrannical. According to intelligence, there was a large-scale famine, but it was wantonly. The upper class enjoyed themselves every night, while the lower class froze and starved to death by the roadside. But even so, the exploitation of the lower class by the upper class did not decrease at all. The gap between the rich and the poor was huge, so many people were driven to desperation, and there were frequent rebellions. Marshal Alonso had spent a lot of effort in quelling the rebellions in recent years, but the rebellions that disgraced him were not only unquenchable, but also increasing in number. At this time, Isabella's coming-of-age ceremony, in the King's Hall of the Eagle Castle. In the middle of the hall was a huge place with a charcoal fire, and all kinds of roasted meat and delicious dishes were placed on it. Not only did it warm the hall, but it also added some light. On the walls of the hall, the charcoal fire and candles echoed each other, and the hall was very bright. King Ragwil sat near the center of the wall, and behind him was a huge Kingdom of Northland eagle flag. His throne was made of brass, plated with a layer of gold, and inlaid with rubies and sapphires. Beside Gravel stood two people. One was Tony, and the other was a warrior fully armed with a sword and shield. He was the kingdom's #1 knight, Roderick Anderson. He was the only person present with a weapon. He was King Gravel's personal bodyguard, and also a young and promising knight of the kingdom. On both sides of the charcoal fire were many long cypress tables, and the ministers of the kingdom were seated according to their own positions. Tony's apprentice, John, was busy. This was also a chance for him to train. One had to know that it wasn't easy to serve tea and water to these big shots. At the beginning of the banquet, everyone just ate and drank in their own seats. These northerners from the cold were very bold, and even a little barbaric. This was the northerners, the true warriors of the Northland. Everyone chatted with each other. After all, there was not often time to sit together and talk like this. The maids were in charge of serving the dishes and pouring the wine, while the cooks were seriously preparing the food. The food here was very sumptuous, and this was also due to Gravel's efforts in the past few years. The kingdom was prosperous, and the people were very grateful. Seeing that everyone was half full, Gravel said in his dignified voice, "Quiet, my lords and ministers. I have something to discuss with you." The group of important figures of the kingdom who were laughing and joking slowly quieted down. Horf also put down the horn cup filled with honey wine that he had just picked up. Gravel said happily, "Today is my daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. Thank you all for coming. At the same time, I also have something important to announce to you all." The ministers of the kingdom listened attentively. They wanted to know what it was. Could it be the princess's marriage? If that was the case, half of the people present would be tempted, and the rest could only sigh that they were either married or too old. Just today, I learned that a large-scale riot had occurred in the Empire's Sealandir. This winter was exceptionally cold, and they encountered a famine that they had never experienced before. I heard that the situation in the entire kingdom is very bad. This is the best opportunity we have had in years. I have decided that when spring warms up a little tomorrow, we will lead the army to the south and stab the Empire's throat heavily. At the same time, I would also like to invite today's star, Princess Isabella of Denmark, to take a seat. Gravel announced. King of the Northland, King of the Northland, King of the Gravel, King of the Northland. The silence was followed by a burst of enthusiastic cheers. Amidst the cheers, everyone saw Princess Isabella Nelson in a white dress walk to the side of the hall from the back. She sat in her seat, not far from Gravel. At this time, the atmosphere of the banquet reached a climax. Everyone was happy to see such a beautiful princess. Next, Let us accompany this wonderful night in the company of wine and delicious food, Gravel said. Chapter 119. The nobles ate delicious food, drank wonderful honey wine, and played happily with the maids. The whole banquet went on in a cheerful atmosphere, and everyone was full of anticipation for the upcoming war. During the banquet, Ackerman even tried to propose to Isabella in front of everyone, but was politely rejected by the princess. The hall was filled with laughter, and Ackerman was embarrassed. At the same time, he made up his mind to play a role in this war and prove to everyone. The party lasted until dawn, and everyone went back to their rooms to rest while waiting for the next battle plan. At the same time, in Blackstone Fort, Tyrone was throwing a tantrum at his subordinates, and Blanche was trembling in fear. "How long has it been, and you have no news at all? Is this how you get your information? My lord, it's getting harder and harder to plant spies. The Northland has fully adopted the ancient Northland language, and it's easy to distinguish them. There's really no news of Shorel in the Sea of People." The officer in charge of intelligence reported. "It's been so long, and you still haven't found your brother. Look at what you've done." Tyrone glared at Blanche. Blanche also felt guilty. Her brother wasn't dead, was he? Logically speaking, he should have seen Gravel. A few months later, it was spring again. Winter had just passed, and the weather had become warmer. The various nobles of the Kingdom of Northland had finished gathering their troops, and everyone set up camp in Byron Bay. In the battle command tent, Gravel personally issued the battle plan. Other than some soldiers who stayed behind to guard the fort, all of the kingdom's elites were mobilized. This time, the king was going to lead the expedition himself. Although Isabella and Kay also requested to go, Gravel still rejected them. He let them be in charge of defense, because the enemy could easily take advantage of the situation. This time, Gravel and the rest did not choose to attack Blackstone Fort directly, as that would not be worth the loss. They wanted to take a ship to the south and attack the Empire's economic hub, Springport. It was said that it was one of the few places in the Empire that was overflowing with oil. The Lord of Spring Harbor was Drago Aldrich, a figure from the same generation as the Roden. He was now an old man with only a bag of old bones left. March 2, 1501, the Windy Moonay majestic fleet passed through the Sinker underground sea, bypassed the coastline of the German Empire, and headed straight for Port Pullen. Dreg, who was lying on the sickbed, had his right eye twitching non-stop. He had a panicked feeling that something big was about to happen. Recently, his body had been getting weaker and weaker, and he had been lying on the bed every 2 to 3 days. The one who replaced Dreger in charge of the Empire's strategic town was Rear Admiral Narland. He was part of the Empire's younger generation and had a good relationship with Alonso. However, he was a slightly conceited person. He did have some talent, otherwise, the Empire would not have handed over the defense of the Empire's economic stronghold to him. He also invented something called the Narland Line, claiming that no one could attack Port Prynne from the sea. This Narland Line was indeed a bit powerful. First, he had people connect the Empire's warships with special things, making them look like a water base. At the same time, it was no different from a military stronghold on the water. No ship could beat this colossus. Then, he also set up 2 tall towers at the entrance of the port. There were 2 huge iron chains under the water. As long as the iron chains were raised, no ship could enter the port. Not only that, but there were also Empire's airships patrolling the sky. These airships had a lot of things like oil tanks on them, which could be used to find and destroy enemies in the first place. Even so, they could not stop the enemy. There were also the strong walls and fortresses of Port Prynne. There were also various sentry posts, watchtowers, fortresses, and so on, forming a defensive net. It could only be said that this line of defense was like a huge trap. If the prey did not come up, it would be death. This was also the invention that Narland was most proud of. He was not afraid of any enemy at all. In the city, Narland also had a large number of troops stationed, so the enemy would die if they attacked from land or water. On Gravel's side, their fleet was sailing on the endless sea. This fleet was made up of 3 main forces. Gravel's fleet had a white background with a black-edged falcon sail, Holf's fleet had a purple background with a giant golden bear sail, and Bethman's fleet had a yellow background with two crossed black axe sails. These longships of the Northland were not very big, but they were very flexible and could withstand the test of strong winds and waves. Gravel's face was painted blue with plant dye, which was the blessing of God. Legend had it that the Northland god, Olyega, led his 12 warriors to any corner of the world on the Northland longships, winning every battle. After they left the mortal world, in Olyega's temple, Havagard, they drank and reveled all day long, eating good food and wine, and fighting endless battles. They died in battle in the morning and drank together at night. Legend had it that only the brave Northland people who died in battle could be summoned to Havagard by Olyega to fight with God. Gravel kissed the warrior's armband on his right hand. This was something that every adult Northland man could wear. This was not only a proof of wisdom and courage, but also a blessing from God to every Northland man who went to war. At this time, the sound of drums came from Horf's fleet, followed by a majestic and imposing song. This was a way for the Northland sailors to row and unify the rhythm, and also a way for the ships to communicate with each other. Then Gravel's fleet did the same, and finally, Bethman's fleet. As far as the eye could see, it was vast and mighty. Every warrior was 1 in 100, and they were not afraid of death. Port Prim, also known as the Land of Storms, was not called the Land of Storms for no reason. Storms of all sizes occurred here all year round. Sometimes, on a sunny day, dark clouds would suddenly appear, blowing strong winds and setting off waves. All kinds of capriciousness. No one knew if God wanted to play a joke on Gravel, but suddenly, strong winds blew from all directions on the sea. Not good, a storm is coming, Ragnar, who had rich sailing experience, said to Horf. Horf hurriedly ordered people to blow the horn, and everyone knew what they were going to face next. At this time, the warriors rowing the ships began to roar in a low and orderly voice. Although the sound was low, it resounded through the sky and was very shocking. What was going to come would come. For a time, the sky had become dark, the sea was turbulent, the wind was raging, and the whole sea seemed to be roaring, as if it was going to swallow them up. Hold on tight, everyone, Gravel roared. Everyone was a little nervous, but they were unafraid of death. Chapter 120. The wind was howling, the waves were roaring, and the gods were sending down the lightning of their judgment. The Northland fleet had not yet approached Pullin Port when they encountered an unprecedented huge sea storm in the sea. Although Gravel and the others were mentally prepared, the storm was indeed a bit bigger. The sailors rowed frantically to break through the ferocious storm. Gravel and the others did not use large ships this time, because these so-called large ships were not worth mentioning for the Imperial Navy, they were simply live targets. On the contrary, Northland's ancient dragon-headed ships could break up the army into parts, and their flexibility, mobility, and speed were all very good. For example, if they encountered this storm, if those large ships were slow and stupid, once they were smashed by the wind, all the people on board would be finished, and the losses would be very heavy. Gravel and the others relied on the ancient dragon-headed ships this time to quickly escape the sea. But even if they escaped, the losses were also very heavy. A large number of crew and sailors were swept into the sea, obeying Olyega's summons. Nearly 1/3 of the dragon-headed ships were smashed and sunk to the bottom of the sea. "Ackerman, are you okay?" Patrick said to his brother. "It seems that God Olyega has not planned to summon me to Havagard." After saying that, the two brothers looked at each other and smiled. "My sons, we're about to reach Primordial Harbor. Brace yourselves, you're all true warriors. Ackerman, don't you like Isabella? Then you have to perform well this time." Horf saw that his sons were all right and also breathed a sigh of relief. Ragnar stared at the sea in the distance and was lost in thought. Just now, he was also clinging to the mast of the ship to not be swept into the sea. On Gravel's side, Anna, Tony, and the first knight Roderick had just escaped from the tiger's mouth. "Brothers, Olyega is watching us. Pullin Port is just ahead. There are countless beauties, food, and treasures inside. Those things are waiting for us to take. You are the strongest warriors, Let us break through this sea fortress that they claim will never fall. Gravel roared at the crew. Hoo! Hoo! Whoosh! From the sea came the sonorous battle cry of the Northland people. Gravel and the others had already studied the Nalland defensive line before the war. They had brainstormed a set of tactics that targeted this defensive line. This was all thanks to the intelligence organization that Gravel had planted in Primordium Port early on. The Northland fleet docked at a place some distance away from the mouth of Port Pullin and stopped. They planned to set up camp here. Fortunately, those damn Imperial airships wouldn't patrol this area because they didn't have enough energy to fly to this place. Being able to find this blind spot was the result of years of hard work by the intelligence organizations. They had drawn the map for Gravel. All the Northland people quickly unloaded their supplies and chose to camp on the coast. After a night's rest, Gravel and Bethman led their men to climb the mountain according to the plan. There were cliffs all around, and it was very difficult to climb up. However, these difficulties were nothing to the brave Norsemen. They risked their lives and climbed up the steep cliffs. Although many of them would never see the sun tomorrow, perhaps they would be drinking with Olliger in Havagard. Gravel and Bethman risked their lives to climb up the cliff. Tony almost fell and was smashed to pieces. Fortunately, Roderick grabbed him. On Horf's side, he, his 2 sons, and Ragnar were collecting some dry wood. They didn't set off with Gravel and the others. After a few days of trekking, Gravel and the others had to eat and sleep in the open. If they didn't have anything to eat, they would hunt. The main thing was that there wasn't enough water, so they could only starve. At this moment, Port Pullin was as usual. It was brightly lit, singing and dancing. These people had been peaceful for too long. They didn't know that there was such a thing as war in the world, let alone that it would come to them. Finally, Gravel and the others saw Port Pullin not far away from the other side of the mountain. This port city was really magnificent. Gravel and the others were a little surprised. No wonder this was the economic center of the empire. Taking advantage of the darkness, Gravel and the others sent a reconnaissance team to the bottom of the mountain to explore the dense city walls, outposts, and watchtowers. This small team was led by Anna. They were going to deal with the situation and investigate the situation. In this corner, the defensive facilities here could be said to be airtight. This Nalland defense line really wasn't just for show. After dealing with a few small outposts, Anna went back to report the situation to Gravel. They decided to take advantage of the night to launch a general attack here. This was their best opportunity. These soldiers of the Empire were all from Drago Aldrich's family. They were wearing white and purple lion robes, and inside, they were wearing plate armor, chain armor, or even chain armor. They stood lazily at night watch. Many of them were young people who had just come of age and didn't have much experience. Their families spent money to let them plate themselves here so that they could get a good job when they returned. Some of the older soldiers went straight to sleep. Some even drank and came here to sleep. War was too far away from them. This was a normal night, a boring and ordinary day. But today was destined to be different because of the arrival of Gravel and the others. The 17th of March, 1501, a gentle breeze and moonlight night. Perhaps it was because of Aldrich's protection, but the moonlight was much dimmer tonight. This was very advantageous for Gravel and the others. A young soldier had been standing here like an idiot for 2 hours because of the old soldier's bullying. His legs were numb, but the old soldier didn't even help him. There was a rule from above that they had to stand straight at night. The key was that this soldier's eyesight wasn't very good. Back then, his family had spent a lot of money to get him here. He could faintly see some movement on the other side of the mountain. Perhaps it was some kind of beast. In any case, it couldn't be an enemy. After so many years, the young people of the Empire didn't know what war was. Gravel and the other battle-hardened warriors had crawled out of death time and time again. They were all unafraid of death, hoping to drink and chat merrily with God Olliger after they died in battle and tell him their stories. But soon, the soldier felt that something was wrong. He shook the drunk old soldier awake. The old soldier was still in a daze. He came up and slapped the young soldier. But then, They didn't have to worry about the dispute between the two sides anymore. They were all taken care of by Gravel and the others who came down from the mountain. A large number of people were taken care of at the first moment. Just like that, Gravel and the others rushed into the city. The show was about to start. Chapter 121. Unfortunately, there were still beacons on the lookout towers, so Gravel and the rest could only move faster. Gravel decided to split his troops into two groups. Bethman and the rest would be responsible for dealing with the city guards, while Gravel and the rest would go to the city wall at the front of the harbor, open the gate and destroy the two towers that were connected to the iron chains. According to the agreement, Horf should be left behind to guard the ships at the campsite, while he should be waiting outside with the rest of his men. Gravel and the rest would give Horf a signal after they succeeded. At night, the airships would not take off, so their detection range was limited. At that time, as long as Horf and the rest broke through the blockade of the ships, they would be able to meet up with Gravel and the rest. At that time, the whole city would be easily taken down. Bethman led the Northland army and quickly rushed into the city. Although the beacons were already lit, because some of the soldiers were lazy, they did not sound the alarm. Besides, these things had not been touched for many years, so people had forgotten about their existence. Although it was already evening, most of the people in the city were not sleeping. They were either shopping on the streets, drinking in the bars, or doing what they liked at home. Several groups of patrolling city guards were walking back and forth on the main streets of the city. They had to ensure the safety of the people. Bethman led these fully armed Northland warriors to the edge of the city, so the people in the city did not know that the enemy had already attacked the city. This place was also considered a bustling night market, so there were many pedestrians even at night. The streets were bustling with people, so no one noticed these Northland warriors with black crossed axes painted on their shields. Occasionally, a few drunkards would pass by them, thinking that they were strange people wearing strange clothes. With just one swing of the axe, the man's head was separated from his body, and it rolled to the feet of a little girl like a ball. The little girl kicked it, and she asked her mother what it was. Her mother took a look, and was instantly scared out of her wits. She wanted to shout, but it was as if her body was not under her control, and she could not shout. Taking the lead, Bethman shot an arrow towards a man who looked like a military officer in a group of city guards not far away. At this time, Bethman's subordinates were like ferocious tigers, rushing towards the unarmed people. These people who had been at peace for too long were simply too numerous. Even if they just stood there and let Bethman and the others kill them, it would take them half a day. The city guards were also in an uproar as they rushed towards the invaders. Of course, the following battle was not a battle at all. It was simply a lion eating a lamb. After so many days of difficulties and dangers, these people could finally let go of the slaughter. People were in a panic. They had never thought that disaster would befall them like this. Cries and screams rose and fell one after another. For a moment, more people were trampled to death than the Northland people. The Imperial City Defense Army, which had never been baptized by war, was slaughtered by these battle-hardened Northland warriors as if they were vegetables. When Bethman and the others saw the food and drinks on the stalls, they directly took them and ate them. At the same time, they also killed a few civilians for fun. Bethman could speak Durman. He used Durman to shout to the civilians that if they dared to escape, they would be killed. If they squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads, they would be spared. It was simply a disaster for a people who valued martial arts to come to this prosperous place. Bethman and the others ate and drank to their heart's content. These few days were really too hard. Too many people did not live to see this scene. Other than those who surrendered, the rest of the city guards were just a pile of corpses. Bethman and the others could not stay here for too long. They had to continue to enter the city because Gravel's side was already fighting with the guards on the city wall. Bethman wanted to cut off the city guards who were going to support them. He ordered a few people to stay here to guard the prisoners of war and the civilians. Many of the people at home had their doors tightly shut. They did not know who these people were. Could they be the Norsemen from the north? Impossible, this place was far away from the north. Bethman and the others continued to kill the city guards in the city. The number of city guards was really large. Although their fighting strength was almost negligible, they still had a lot of cavalry. The Northland warriors in charge of guarding those people were Wilson's men. They did not speak Durman at all. The two sides confronted each other just like that. Although the people below surrendered on the surface, there were still some who did not know their place. A few people were plotting to resist. A Northland man saw them and immediately walked over to kill the Durman with a sword. The surrounding people immediately surrounded the Northland warrior. They were unarmed and wanted to bully him with numbers. The other Northland people saw this scene and immediately laughed. Under the signal of the leader, a few streets were blocked. The Durman immediately shouted something in Durman. The women and children, some men and young people, who were squatting on the ground with their hands on their heads, tried to escape. The Northland guards were at most 20 to 30 people. There were at least 1,000 people who surrendered, and more than 2,000 people had already died. There was a mother with 2 children. Their father had been cut open, and they wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. As for the Northland warrior who was surrounded, he cut off the arm of one of the people with his sword and knocked out another tall Durman with his shield. Then, he stabbed a bald man through the mouth with his sword. Another person tried to grab the shield and entangle him, but he was kicked to the ground. The ordinary people who wanted to escape were killed by the Northland guards who were guarding the streets. In a moment, these people were splashed with the blood of the Durman, and they were like killing gods. The Durman were scared out of their wits. They obediently surrendered and became prisoners again. But this time, they might not be treated so well. The men of the Durman were pulled out of the crowd, and the Northland people killed them in front of the people. The remaining people were scared out of their wits. They did not dare to resist and could only pray to the 7 gods that they were not the ones who died. The mother, who wanted to escape, covered the eyes of her 2 children tightly. But in fact, the children saw this scene through the gaps between their mother's trembling fingers. A man's head was directly cut open by an axe, and his brain matter flowed all over the ground. The Northland people were killing these defenseless weaklings for fun. Because of the language barrier, they killed even more unscrupulously. It could even be said that they were venting all the suffering they had suffered since the war. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Chapter 122. For a moment, the city was in chaos, and there was killing everywhere. Gravel and the others also rushed to the city wall near the port, and they were going to fight to the death with the guards. The guards guarding the main gate were not the same as the city guards, and they were all elites of the empire. It must be known that the entire military of Spring Harbor was under the control of Rear Admiral Narland. The elite troops stationed at the city walls were also under his command. Not only that, but Narland's command post was on the city wall near the port. Gravel and the others had encountered a tough opponent, and the battle did not go as smoothly as expected. In addition to the Northland soldiers guarding the various areas, the main force led by Bethman also intercepted a large number of city guards from the west side of the city to reinforce the east side. Looking at the Northland soldiers that Bethman ordered to guard the various areas, they only started to rest after killing nearly 90% of the Durman men. There was enough blood tonight, and God would definitely be proud of them. Stopping the killing did not mean that the suffering of the people was over. A beautiful woman who was dressed up but had long been scared out of her wits, and her makeup was ruined. She was so scared that she trembled. She was just a rich girl who came here to eat delicious food at night. Other than a few Northland soldiers guarding the streets, the others had eaten their fill, and they began to search for young and beautiful Durman women in the crowd. There was a young girl wearing traditional Durman clothes, and she was spotted by the Northland soldiers at a glance. Normally, she liked to attract attention the most, and she always felt good about herself, thinking that she was the most traditional woman. Tonight, she was pulled out of the crowd, and she was so scared that she could not move her legs. There was also the beautiful rich girl, and so on. The Northland soldiers picked out 20 or so young Durman women from the crowd like they were picking goods. They were brought to the front of the crowd, and from time to time, there were sobs from these girls. The people below knew what was going to happen, but they only wanted to protect themselves and pretend that it had nothing to do with them. Please imagine the next scene by yourself, and do not speak. A few of the Derman men who were still alive couldn't help but look at the women. They also had such thoughts, but they didn't have the ability to do so. They were scared silly. How could they, who had lived in peace since they were young, imagine such a scene? Even hell couldn't be compared to this. Then, in front of everyone, these women were viciously F***ked. The Northland people took turns to F***k them, and the people guarding the street also F***ked them. Everyone was F***ked more than once. The people below didn't even dare to let out a fart. Those women used to be as beautiful as flowers, but now they had all become withered flowers. Those who tried to resist had their arms and legs chopped off and bled. The Northland people even found some perverted Derman men in the crowd and let them join in the revelry. The women were also given to these perverted men to enjoy. These men pretended to be unwilling on the surface, but gradually they became quite happy. These Derman people, who usually only cared about money and power and lived a decent life, were now living a life worse than dogs. They didn't have the ability, but they still mocked those who valued martial arts. They deserved it. A civilized society made people forget the law of the jungle. They only thought about benefits and how to climb up, but they forgot that this world wasn't necessarily peaceful. The things they cherished might be worthless. Some of the women who were tortured beyond recognition were directly killed, and some died because they couldn't take it anymore. Some were tortured to death, such as the big white rabbit, which was cut off and cut open. There were also some children who were picked up by the Northland people with spears and swung around. The mother with 2 children was stabbed in the stomach with a spear, and blood flowed all over the ground. The 2 children were treated as food and cooked in a pot of oil in front of her. Killing was just for fun. As the number of people decreased, these Derman people became numb. No one had the slightest thought of resisting. They only wished that they didn't die. Even if they did, they only wished that it would be easier. Another Derman man was put into a gunny sack and burned alive. His cries of pain and curses were heart-wrenching. Just before he was dragged out of the crowd, he was still begging for mercy with a smile on his face. On Gravel's side, the war wasn't going well. At the beginning, Gravel and the others relied on the advantage of surprise attacks to destroy a few magic crystal cannons. These magic crystal cannons were the same as the ones that Morse had brought over when Kellendil had encountered the undead. They just had different names. Although magic crystal cannons were expensive and rare, and belonged to the country's resources, there were still a lot of reserves. A large number of magic crystal cannons were seized by Gravel and the others before they could be used. However, these Northland people didn't know how to use the magic crystal cannons. The Imperial soldiers who knew how to use them either died or fled. To the Northland people, the magic crystal cannons were scrap metal. However, the Imperial soldiers had adjusted their defenses and their magic crystal cannons made Gravel suffer a lot. In a moment of desperation, Gravel could only order someone to pull the signal flare. This was something that Gravel and the others had obtained with great difficulty from the smugglers. Following 3 loud sounds, 3 streaks of red light shot into the sky. Horf knew that according to the agreement, this meant that Gravel and the others had succeeded. Their fleet could directly attack the large Imperial Navy warships. Bethman, who was in the city, also knew that they were going to meet up with Gravel and the others. Even the intelligence organizations hidden in the city took out their weapons and joined the chaotic battle. In fact, Gravel didn't succeed. He was just worried that if this continued, the troops on the warships would continuously attack Gravel and the others. With the magic crystal cannons, Gravel's army was likely to be wiped out. He had to get Horf and the others to join in. Only then would they have a chance of winning. Although this also meant that Horf and the others would be in greater danger, there was no other way. Horf's fleet quickly charged towards the large Imperial fleet according to the plan. The Imperial fleet was still connected, and they fired a volley of ballistae at Horf and the others. Many of the Dragon Chief's ships were destroyed, and more than half of the crew members were killed or injured. Many chose to jump into the sea, but they were still killed by the arrows. "What should we do, father?" Ackerman said. "This is different from what we planned." Patrick said. "No matter what, we can only force our way through. Send those empty ships." Horf knew that if they had followed the plan, Gravel and the others would have already taken care of the warships, but that wasn't the case. Chapter 123. There were changes in the plan, but they could only deal with them by remaining unchanged. Eliminating these enemies was the only way. "These Imperial Navy are really powerful," Ragnar said after shooting an Imperial soldier operating a ballista to death with a bow and arrow. It was night, and the airships could only stay on the ships. Whether it was energy or visibility, these airships were not suitable for night battles. Narland observed all this. He knew that he had been preparing for this war for countless years, and he wanted to make sure that the enemy would never return. Horf ordered the longships filled with dry wood and flammables to speed up and desperately ram the ships into the connected Imperial warships. However, before many of the longships could get close, the ballistas had already smashed their masts. Ragnar was also on one of the ships filled with flammables at this time, and he and the sailors rowed desperately. 50 Demeter, 30 Demeter, 10 Demeter. Seeing that they were about to connect, Ragnar ordered all the Northland people who were still alive to abandon their ships quickly. He quickly used a flint to light a torch and threw it on top of the flammable objects. Then, he jumped into the cold sea. An arrow was shot at him at this moment. The rest of the ships, except for a few that were directly sunk, were all set ablaze. Some were set ablaze, while others were set ablaze with flaming arrows. In short, it was suddenly a sea of fire. Some Northland people who were good at swimming took advantage of the chaos to swim to Horf's main fleet, including Ragnar, whose arm was grazed by an arrow. With great difficulty, they returned to the ships from the water again. At this time, the wind was blowing everywhere, and the Imperial warships were set ablaze by these inconspicuous dragon ships. The wind blew harder and harder, and the fire burned bigger and bigger. Horf ordered the rest of the people to return by ship. They had to return to the camp to rest. Looking at the retreating figures of the Northland people, Narland did not have a trace of joy. He did not expect that although the sea fortress he built could not be attacked by the enemy, it could be directly burned by the enemy. With the help of the wind, Narland was also helpless. On Gravel's side, he finally met up with Befman's people. In the city were the people left behind by Befman and the intelligence personnel hidden in Primordial Harbor. He wanted to continue attacking, but there were too many casualties. Even Tony was seriously injured because he blocked a blow for Gravel. Helplessly, he could only order his men to take the magic crystal cannons and retreat temporarily. At this time, Gravel's troops had suffered heavy casualties and were exhausted. Gravel himself was covered in wounds. On the Empire's side, a large number of the Empire's sailors who hadn't been burned to death had fled over. For a moment, the entire harbor was filled with thick smoke. With the remaining magic crystal cannons, the city walls weren't lost for the time being. In other words, even if the naval forces and airships were destroyed, Narland still believed that these barbaric Northland people would not be able to break through his iron chains. Even though the connection with the city had been cut off, the Empire's elite troops were stationed at the port under his command, and the enemy had no way to deal with the magic crystal cannons. Narland had already sent out a carrier pigeon. As long as he defended here, the Empire's reinforcements would arrive, and these Northland people would die without a burial place. Horf led the retreating fleet back to the camp. Ackerman felt that he hadn't been able to kill the enemy to prove himself today, and was somewhat unhappy. He saw a white pigeon suddenly fly across the sky, so he took a bow and arrow and shot at the white pigeon fiercely. In the end, he missed. His brother Patrick also picked up a bow and arrow and shot at the white pigeon. With just one arrow, the pigeon was shot down, and the white pigeon fell into the sea. He looked at his brother and smiled with a hint of ridicule, which made Ackerman even more annoyed. The fire in Primordial Harbor burned for a whole day and night, and Narland couldn't even put out the fire. The war was in a stalemate, which was something Gravel didn't want to see. Fortunately, Narland didn't seem to intend to pursue desperately, because Narland himself couldn't even take care of himself. That night, countless people were destined to be unable to sleep. Gravel's Northland army, the city's residents, the Empire's city defense forces, Narland's army, and even the old lion Drake Aldrich, who was lying in his hospital bed, heard what happened that night. That day was destined to be recorded in history. Gravel, who was known as the Whip of the Seven Gods by Derman's descendants, led his army to invade Primordial Harbor, causing an unimaginable disaster. That day, March 17, 1501, was also known as the Day of Pain. Gravel's army rested for a night inside the city walls. At least they ate and drank to their heart's content, and some people even had a good night's sleep. At dawn the next day, the Northland people stationed in the city brought the intelligence personnel to Gravel. After a night of rest, Gravel also recovered a little. He received the intelligence personnel, and the intelligence personnel brought him the city's defense map. Seeing the map, Gravel had a plan in mind, but it was difficult to contact Horf and the others at the moment. He saw that there was still a signal flare left. He ordered Roderick to bring enough rations, water, and a few men. Now, he was riding a fast horse that he had seized from the city to the camp and tell Horf about Gravel's plan. Gravel's Northland army was stationed in the east of Primordial Harbor. In the west, it was still controlled by the city defense forces, where a large number of nobles lived. In the areas occupied by Gravel these days, the people closed their doors and didn't dare to take half a step out. The captured Derman were all ordered by Gravel to gather together. Over the years, Gravel had changed. He was no longer the same as before. He had become like a pure Northland person. His attitude towards these prisoners of war and slaves was no longer one of pity. Instead, everything that existed was reasonable. Everyone had their own destiny, and it wasn't something that he could change alone. He went to see Tony's injury. This was the person who had accompanied him to this day. From a small mercenary captain to the King of Northland, Tony had always been by his side. Tony also volunteered to come to this war. If it weren't for Tony, Gravel would have been killed by the magic crystal cannon. However, Tony's injury was not optimistic. In this place where there was a shortage of medicine, Gravel and Tony both understood what this meant. However, Tony didn't have a trace of regret. Recalling the scene that night, if he was given another choice, he would still choose to sacrifice himself to save Gravel. Gravel held Tony's hand. He felt hot tears in his eyes, but he held them back. He smiled at Tony and told Tony that it would be all right. When this port was taken, he would find the best doctor to treat him. Taking advantage of these few days when Roderick went to the camp to inform Horf, Gravel and Bethman's people had a good rest. They didn't continue to attack the west side of the port. Instead, they were stationed in the east side of the port and confronted Narland on the coastal defense line. Chapter 124. In the past few days, Gravel and the others hadn't been idle. They followed the information provided by the intelligence personnel and gradually infiltrated Narland's coastal defense line. Gravel would also send people to attack the main battlefield from time to time. Narland was anxious. He estimated that the Empire's reinforcements would arrive in the next few days, so he wasn't in a hurry to fight Gravel. This Gravel was also strange. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. That night, the sound of a horn came from the dark sea. Where did that horn come from? Could it be that the Northland people are attacking? Or the Empire's reinforcements have arrived? Narland was puzzled. He immediately left the barracks. At this moment, the Empire's warships outside the port were basically burned to ashes. At most, only a few broken and unmanned warships were left floating by their anchors. There might be an airship left that could still be used. At this moment, accompanied by a loud bang, a signal flare lit up the night sky. The Northland people, who had been hiding at the two iron towers at the port, saw the agreed signal under the leadership of Gravel and Bethman and launched a surprise attack on the towers. This was Gravel's plan. Using the intelligence personnel's information and maps, they found a path to bypass Narland's defense line and directly attacked the iron towers. After taking care of the iron bridge, Horf's fleet could directly drive in and land. Seeing Horf's signal, Gravel and the others desperately took care of the enemy on the 2 iron towers. This Nalland was so conceited that he didn't expect Gravel to do this. Ackerman and Horf were on the same boat. He was very happy and excited. He could finally kill to his heart's content tonight. Brothers, let's use the enemy's blood to pour a cup of wine for Olyaga tonight. Havagard is calling for us. When the city is breached, gold, silver, treasures, delicacies, beautiful women, we can snatch them all we want. These are all ours. Horf stood at the bow of the ship and roared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The battle cries of the Northland once again resounded through the pitch-black waters. Every Northland citizen's warlike blood was boiling. Facing the high-spirited Northland fleet, Nalland felt a hint of despair and fear for the first time. What he was facing was not the Empire's reinforcements, but the enemy's mighty fleet. He could only deploy the few remaining magical crystal cannons to defend the coastline. The Northland fleet made use of their speed to rush towards the coastline. Although a few ships were destroyed by the magic crystal cannons when they approached the coast, more longships began to land on the coast. Horf, Ackerman, Ragnar, and Patrick's ship was hit by a cannon when they landed. Fortunately, they were agile and had already disembarked. All the people of Northland were gathered here at this moment. Gravel and Bethman also led the army to attack Nalland from both sides. Soon, the 3 sides surrounded Nalland. Originally, Nalland wanted to break through, but the Northland people were too fast and too strong. This time, the magic crystal cannons didn't have time to play any role before they were seized by a large number of Northland people. In the face of the Empire's archers and crossbowmen, the Northland people's shield wall made them unable to do anything. Without any hope of breaking through, Nalland and the others were trapped like beasts. Ragnar waved the battle axes in his hands tonight and cut down countless Durman soldiers. Ackerman didn't say anything else. He blocked with his round shield and killed with his long sword. His face was already stained with the enemy's blood. His brother used a spear to pierce many of the Empire's soldiers. Roderick was even less of a problem. Almost no one was a match for him. For a time, the beach was filled with the corpses of the Empire's soldiers. These were the Empire's elites, who couldn't withstand a single blow from the Northland warriors. Ackerman looked at his brother and Ragnar, and he also worked harder to kill the enemy. Soon, less than 100 people left in Nalland were surrounded by the Northland people's shield wall. Do you have the guts? Send one of your people to duel with one of mine. If we win, let us go. If we lose, you can do whatever you want with us, Nalland shouted in his beautiful admiral uniform. This guy is really shameless. He's already become our meal and is still thinking about a duel, Gravel said to Horf and Hoffman in Northland. If he wants a duel, we'll duel with him, Hoffman said. The Norseland warriors laughed, and their laughter sent chills down Nallander's spine. I'll duel with them, Ragnar volunteered. Well, good. Be careful, King Gravel said to him. Ragnar was silent, brave, and rough. When he fought, he was like a fierce beast. The Northland and the Durman each sent half of their people to form a circle, and each side sent a warrior. On the Empire's side, they sent a warrior who was 2 meters tall, extremely strong, and looked like a bear. This person was wearing black plate armor and was Nalland's personal guard. Ragnar was at least a few heads shorter than this Imperial, and his body wasn't as strong. The 2 sides didn't hold back and immediately began to fight to the death. Ragnar was very agile, and he dodged the enemy's giant axe in all kinds of ways. As long as the giant axe touched Ragnar, it would probably split open his flesh. His whole body was covered in plate armor, so unless Ragnar attacked his head, it would be useless. Ragnar was almost hit by the man, and the Northland warriors cheered him on. He turned around, jumped on the man's back, and swung his axe fiercely at the man's head. Ragnar quickly ran over and cut off the man's head while he was still struggling. In the midst of cheers and battle cries, Ragnar held the head of the Imperial warrior high. Nalland was scared silly. He could only surrender obediently. In this way, Gravel and the others finally won the war. Although it wasn't easy at all, they still won. After capturing Nalland, Gravel led his men back to the garrison on the west side of the city, and found that the Northland people who stayed behind had all been killed. Even Tony had been cruelly killed on the hospital bed. The captives were also released. Gravel was devastated. He didn't choose to attack the city immediately, but first held a grand funeral for Tony and the dead Northland warriors. Early the next morning, several ships full of dead Northland warriors docked at the port. One of them only had Tony on it, and there were dry branches under them. Tony's ship was full of flowers, and he always carried the dagger that Gravel bought for him. This dagger was also placed next to Tony. Chapter 125. They are true warriors, they will not turn back on the road of the charge. Tonight, they will be at Havagard, celebrating with god Olyega and his 12 warriors, as well as all the heroes and martyrs. They will always fight, always party through the night, there will be no pain, no death, they will always watch us and be with us. Gravel, dressed in white, said loudly in the Northland language on the docks of the port. The Northland army stretched as far as the eye could see along the coast, they were the bravest warriors. In the end, the archers shot the small boats with flaming arrows, the burning boats gradually drifted into the sea, following Olyega's call. This was the highest form of funeral in Northland, only the king could enjoy it. After the funeral, the Northland people's craziest and bloodiest revenge was about to unfold. However, at this time, the nobles of Pullin Port were completely uninvolved, they did not even have the intention to escape the city. They thought that after the city defense army had taken care of some of the Northland soldiers and the wounded who stayed behind, they seemed to have achieved some great results. Although these nobles still lived a life of luxury, they were the same as before, but the people at the bottom were not so lucky. On the west side of the city, where the nobles and Lord Drake still occupied, the number of refugees was very large. They took their belongings and fled to the east side of the city, becoming homeless wanderers. The city defense army did not treat them well, they just drove them together and centralized them for management. Those ordinary citizens who used to think that the world was peaceful now tasted the bitter fruit. When disaster came, they did not even have a dagger to defend themselves. They laughed at those who were prepared, those who planned ahead, they did not know that they were the ones who should be laughed at. Among these refugees, there was no lack of people who used to think that they were doing well, they looked down on the people at the bottom, and now they had fallen to the lowest level. Gravel's order this time was that no matter who the other party was, as long as they were not Northland people, they were to be dealt with at will, all of them were to be killed. For a time, 3 Northland armies, namely Bayman's army, Horf's army, and Gravel's direct troops, killed their way to the west side of Pullin Port from 3 different directions. The city defense army, who was still standing guard at the blockade line, saw a large number of angry Northland people, full of murderous intent, coming to kill. In an instant, their psychological defenses collapsed. Anna and Roderick led Gravel's direct troops to attack the Lord's residence from the middle. There was one person in the city defense force who was originally in charge of guarding the city gates. He was a native of Springport, and his family had paid him to become a soldier of the Empire. They were so barbaric, so valiant, so domineering. This was strength. In this world, strength spoke louder than words. Finally, in a saw leading to the outside world in the fortress, the Northland soldiers intercepted the old Drake. This information was provided by a servant. Otherwise, this old man might really have escaped. Horf rewarded the servant by cutting off his head with his own hands. He hated traitors the most. The old feudal lord was captured and brought to Gravel's camp. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The city defense forces had completely collapsed, and there was no resistance in the city. It was destined that some people would become fish on the chopping block. Because the Northland attack was too fierce, almost no refugees escaped the city. The city was completely controlled by the Northland people. No one expected that after so many days of fighting, the Northland people would be able to control the city. They faced enemies several times their own, all kinds of difficulties and obstacles, and finally conquered the economic lifeline of the Empire, Spring Harbor, known as the Land of Storms. At this time, Horf, Bethman, and Gravel divided the large city into 3 parts. Bethman was in charge of the north, Horf was in charge of the west, and Gravel was in charge of the east. Just like this, a real carnival was about to begin, an unprecedented disaster. The nightmare of every Derman, this economic stronghold, was about to become a hell on earth. Chapter 126. Now, the Northland people no longer had any opponents in the city, and they could do whatever they wanted in Pullen Port. After the looting of this prosperous city, it could be said that the wealth that had been accumulated over the years was all gone. The native of Pullen Port, who had spent money to be a city guard, was captured because he was injured. These few days, he could really be said to have seen what was called hell on earth. These fully armed and battle-ready Northland people, in addition to the Derman Empire soldiers, treated the unarmed Derman ordinary people even more cruelly. The Northland people rushed into the streets, and when they saw something they liked, they went from house to house and looted. They killed whoever they saw, and those who did not kill were kept as slaves. Of course, this included slaves in certain aspects. The people, who were used to peace, were completely scared out of their wits by this scene. They did not know who told them that there was an area in the west of the city that no Northland people could attack, and that all Derman people were allowed to take refuge there. This news spread among the refugees, and they desperately rushed there. That place seemed to be where the church was. Could it be that the church had sent people to protect these refugees? The refugees did not care so much. Now, time was life. The west of the city was mainly controlled by Horf's army. In the temporary military camp where Horf was stationed, it was originally a noble's courtyard, but now it was occupied by Horf. In the courtyard, there were ruins, corpses, and flames that had not yet been extinguished. The originally beautiful courtyard no longer existed, and in its place was a devil's lair. Gravel led Roderick, Anna, and a group of personal guards here. After so many years, Horf had not changed at all. It was Gravel who had changed. Originally, he was still somewhat resistant to this kind of thing, but now, although he would not be as cruel as Horf, he was used to it for the sake of benefits. The Northland people were naturally warlike and liked to loot. The soldiers of the Empire prayed not to die in battle, while the soldiers of the Northland prayed to die in battle. Only then could they return to the embrace of God Aluga and live eternally in the Hall of Valhalla with the 12 warriors and the martyrs. When they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, the 2 Northland soldiers who were in charge of guarding the entrance each brought along a Derman soldier who was being raised like a dog to guard the entrance. One of the 2 Derman soldiers who were raised like dogs was the injured native of Plyn Port. Seeing Gravel and the rest arrive, a Northland soldier holding a round shield with a golden bear on it kicked the butt of one of the dogs, and that dog began the exchange. Half of the dog's tongue had been cut off. The Northland soldier laughed out loud and the other soldier did the same thing. Gravel was too lazy to care about Horf's bad taste. As long as it was the enemy, it didn't matter. The Derman treated their enemies no better than animals. They went in and found Horf. Horf was fighting with 5 naked young Derman women. The people around them were cheering. Horf's shiny bald head and bulging muscles made him look as fierce as ever even though he was over 50 years old. The 5 women couldn't even withstand a single blow. One of them was hugged by Patrick and started fighting with his father. Ackerman wasn't like his brother. He was only interested in the treasures. He picked out some beautiful jewelry from the gold and silver that he had plundered over the past few days. He only loved Isabella, so he wanted to personally pick out a beautiful gift for her. Ragnar was sharpening his axe alone in a corner. He noticed that Gravel and the others had arrived. Ragnar had rested well and eaten well these days. This was enough for him. He was actually quite disgusted by the violence against the weak. He didn't think it was necessary to kill those who deserved to be killed. There was no need to make things difficult for the rest of the people. He wasn't being merciful. He just thought that the people of the Empire were like sheep with 2 feet. People wanted to eat sheep, but there was no need to kill them all at once. They could be slowly eaten. This was a long-term solution. Seeing that Gravel had arrived, Horf slapped the white butt of a woman who was fighting fiercely. He pulled out his weapon and asked his men to bring a noble's coat and put it on. He knew that Gravel must have something to discuss when he came to him. "Hey, my good brother, my king, what brings you here personally?" Horf opened his arms and walked towards Gravel. "You're talking to the king. Please show some respect." Roderick stepped forward to stop him. "Aren't you the young man who came to me for help a few days ago? What's your name again?" "Sorry, I forgot." "I don't care who you are. If you make me unhappy, I'll chop you in half." Horf suddenly flew into a rage. Gravel motioned for Roderick to step back. He also intended to protect Roderick. He knew Horf too well. Even if he was the king, Horf probably didn't care about him. "My good brother, you've been in good spirits recently. Don't let these trivial things affect your mood. I'm here today to tell you good news." Gravel stepped forward and gave Horf a bear hug. Anna saw all of this, but she didn't say a word. She and Gravel had been together for a long time. She knew Gravel and Horf too well. Only a young man like Roderick would dare to act rashly just because he had some strength. One must know that these people didn't crawl out from a pile of corpses. The good news Gravel told Horf was that he was going to hold a large-scale sacrifice here to thank the gods for their blessings and victory. In addition, after Gravel's men took over Nalrand's port, they found a large number of resources, including a considerable amount of valuable smuggled goods. It could be seen that there were still people in Durman who wanted to take advantage of the crisis to make money. If these resources were used by Nalrand, Gravel and the others would have a much harder time. This was because there were a lot of magic crystals in these goods, which could be directly fired by magic crystal cannons. Gravel knew how terrifying magic crystal cannons were. It wasn't easy for him to find less than 5 captives who knew how to use magic crystal cannons. This time, the spoils of war that Gravel was most excited about weren't the women's food and treasures. Instead, it was 1 or 2 airships that could still be used, as well as magic crystal cannons and crossbows. These 3 items were far more valuable to Gravel than anything else. With these, his future plans wouldn't be as simple as plundering 1 or 2 cities in the empire. At this moment, Holf's soldier, who was covered in blood and accompanied by guards, came to Holf. His breathing was weak. "Not good, sir. Something happened in the west." Chapter 127. What happened? Hurry up and tell me. Horf knew the severity of the situation when he saw his soldier in such a sorry state. However, he was embarrassed in front of Gravel. "I was with a dozen people who wanted to rob the church. However, when we got there, we saw a large number of Durman soldiers heading in that direction. A few of us wanted to chase after them, but we were sent flying by an invisible force. Some of our brothers were sent flying and died when they hit a stone pillar. I was lucky enough to survive by falling into a bush. The Northland soldier was on his last breath." "Is that so? Hurry up and bring me there." Hoffman ordered someone to carry the injured soldier away for treatment. He also went to change his clothes. After a while, the injured soldier brought Gravel and Horf to the church where they were sent flying. There were still refugees rushing over. There were too many Durman soldiers. Gravel and the rest were already numb to it. They couldn't even kill them all. The city was filled with people who had lost their homes because of the war. Horf saw the church and wanted to walk in like the refugees. However, he was sent flying a few meters away in front of everyone. Horf was furious. He grabbed a few Durman soldiers who were running for their lives not far away and wanted to force his way in. However, the Durman still managed to enter the church. In a fit of anger, he swung his axe at the invisible boundary. The axe was sent flying, and he could feel his hand bleeding. Patrick also wanted to give it a try. He ran forward but ended up in a worse state than his father. He knocked himself unconscious. Enough. It seems that someone powerful in magic has set up a barrier here. He doesn't want us to disturb him. From today onwards, no one is allowed to come close. You can only guard this place from afar. If anyone comes out, you can do whatever you want to them. At the same time, set up a checkpoint here. Every day, When the sun shines on the top of the church, only the first 100 people are allowed to enter. The rest will be killed without mercy, Gravel said loudly and ordered everyone to retreat. Everyone had no choice but to follow Gravel's instructions. However, no one expected that Gravel had his own plans. The next day, a group of Durman refugees hid in various corners. They heard about Gravel's rule, which meant that only 100 people could survive every day. They were all waiting for the sun to shine on the top of the church. Finally, the sun shone on the spire of the church. Everyone rushed there as if their lives depended on it, but they did not care about Gravel's orders. They just wanted to rush in directly. Only then would they have a chance if they relied on their numbers and the Northlanders could not kill them. There were at least 1,000 people rushing over at the same time, and the people of Norland did not stop them at the first moment. In a short moment, almost 100 people, the Northland people started killing people. They shot, with arrows, with spears, and with swords and axes. After killing for half a day, at least 300 people rushed into the barrier. At this time, inside the barrier, a Durman wearing a cloak was not very eye-catching. He came here with a group of people and could finally take a breather. At this time, many mounted knights wearing black armor and winged helmets surrounded the group of newcomers. All of you, immediately remove everything from your bodies. You are not allowed to bring anything. If anyone disobeys this order, they will be killed without mercy. A person who looked like the captain of the knights rode on a tall horse and waved a long sword and said. The Durman looked at the others. They were happy to have escaped the clutches of the Northland people at first, but now they didn't know what they were going to face. The expressions of the others were full of twists and turns. They went from excitement and happiness to worry in the blink of an eye. Like the others, these refugees had left their belongings behind, leaving not a single piece of cloth on their bodies, regardless of gender or age. Of course, most of the people who could rush in were men and young women. There were very few old people and children, but it was not like there were none. Everyone did as the captain said. Even if they brought all their belongings, it was not worth as much as their lives. They provided this shelter, so any request was reasonable. The Durman who sneaked in took off his clothes and threw them on the ground. He also threw his dagger on the ground and stood there naked, covering his private parts. The others did the same. Some of the women were a little embarrassed, but they knew that the outside world was scarier, so they could only do as they were told. After all, they were very grateful that they were not killed immediately. The captain of the knights told them to line up. The knights dismounted and checked them one by one to see if they had brought anything secretly. There was a young and beautiful girl whose snow-white breasts were carefully examined by a knight. However, the girl didn't dare to utter a word. Suddenly, a middle-aged man was dragged out of the line and beheaded because he was holding a bag of gold coins. Everyone was trembling in fear. At the same time, they were glad that they did not bring anything with them. After the careful inspection, the knights got on their horses and led the group of refugees to a huge pool. The world inside the barrier was really beautiful. However, the refugees were not in the mood to appreciate it. They had no dignity at all, no matter where they were. In front of the huge pool, the water was still steaming. The knights urged the refugees to bathe in the water. Everyone was worried that there was a conspiracy or that the water was too hot and would burn them, until one person jumped into the water first. At that moment, after so many days of tiredness, they felt refreshed. For the first time, they felt like they were still alive. It was as if they had returned to the time before the war. They even started to play happily. They really enjoyed it too much. The tiredness from the past few days disappeared in this hot bath. Even the Durman who sneaked in felt really comfortable. Seeing how happy the refugees were, the knights looked at each other and smiled. Then, they were asked to put on the clean white clothes that the knights had brought. There was not much difference between the clothes, and the sizes were almost the same. There were only men's clothes, women's clothes, and children's clothes. Everyone put on clean clothes. They felt that this was not bad. Although they were a little reluctant to part with the things they had lost, at least they were still alive, right? Then, they were taken to the open space outside the church to eat. Looking at the dazzling array of food, They ate heartily. This was such a good treatment, but they did not see any other refugees. Where did the other refugees go? No one knew. They did not even know what was going to happen next. They did not know what was waiting for them. Chapter 128. After that, these Derman people were brought to the interior of the church after eating and drinking to their heart's content. Before this, these people might have never thought that food and safety were priceless. Born in peace, they had never felt the existence of these things. They all took it for granted until they lost it. Only then did they realize how precious all of these things were. Inside the church, a bishop of the church was praying to the 7 gods. This bishop was a very tall and handsome middle-aged man with a resolute face. After praying, the bishop said to the people below, "Children of the 7 gods, the whip of the 7 gods has now descended to punish our sins. We must repent in front of the 7 gods and become good people again." The bishop preached to those people. Then, the people were brought to a place far away by fully armed knights. There was a towering and imposing building there. St. Mary's Hotel. This was the famous luxury hotel in Port Pullen. These refugees were confused and didn't know what was going on. But after the people left, the bishop's expression changed drastically. His eyes were full of disdain. He hated the bullshit he said. It was a complete lie, but he couldn't do anything for the sake of his own safety. The Derman who sneaked in was also confused, but he could only do as he was told. It turned out that once they entered the hall on the first floor, under the magnificent decorations, a large stage came into view. Groups of young female refugees were being displayed on the stage for a man with wheat-colored skin to choose from. That person looked very young. He was none other than the black dragon Erdal in his human form. Ever since he had a lot of money and countless wealth, he had built a kingdom that belonged to him with St. Mary's Hotel as his foundation. Here, he was everything. This time, Gravel led the Northland people to invade the Empire's economic hub, Port Pullen. The Black Dragon Erdal didn't do anything. He simply set up a barrier and blocked countless Northland people. Every day, many Derman people came to seek refuge. He couldn't be happier about this. Because he knew that he could get as much gold and silver as he wanted, and people were the most important resource to him. He needed a large number of people, which was an important resource for him. Even the bishop had no choice but to obediently serve Erdal with his church as his lackey. What happened next was a crucial moment for the Derman. This was because everyone had to make a choice here. Stay and become a demon, become a slave, or be eaten directly. Many people chose to be demons, but becoming a demon was not an easy task. There were more than 100 people who chose to become demons. Most of them were men, and only 2 or 3 were women. As they stood together, Erdal directly released his magic power. Those with evil souls in their bodies began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. Black spikes emerged from their bodies, wings grew out of their backs, horns grew out of their heads, and tails grew out of their buttocks. However, less than 10 out of 100 people were like this. The rest of the people instantly exploded in pain and died. These people's fates were no longer in their control. They had completely become Erdal's minions. The rest of the people who didn't choose to become demons were still rejoicing. However, they couldn't rejoice anymore because some of them were destined to become food. The Derman who sneaked in suddenly became nervous because he had a mission to report everything here to Gravel. He was one of the leaders of the intelligence organization that Gravel had arranged here. He couldn't become someone's food for no reason. However, he could still be a little relieved. The young and strong people were all picked as slaves by the knights. Unless they were unwilling, it was equivalent to wanting to become someone's food. The remaining ugly, old, and children who were not picked were definitely not going to run away. They also wanted to resist, but their deaths were worse than being killed by the Northland people outside. Therefore, these people were in charge of these places. Under the supervision of the demons, they worked for Erdal and served Erdal. Of course, when Erdal was happy, he would still treat them as food. Of course, the beautiful young girls were also picked out. The service of these people was a little special. Sharp Knife Dean and Big Abel, who had followed Erdal from the beginning, had also become demons. However, they were stronger and were in charge of managing these demons. Those who survived could only work hard without complaint, becoming the slaves of others. Even so, they were still glad. After all, it was better than becoming corpses or food. In this enclosed environment, these people formed a strange society. It was like a tall tower. Everyone lived in the same area, but the scenery they saw was completely different. The people at the bottom worked non-stop every day. They even fought with other people at the bottom for a piece of bread. The world they saw was the cruelest and most terrifying. In fact, among these people at the bottom, they also looked down on each other. Although they were all slaves at the bottom, the stronger ones felt that they could get an extra piece of bread, but they also looked down on those who could only get half a piece of bread. In Erdal's eyes, there was no difference. They were all slaves and he could kill them if he wanted to. A little further up were some special slaves who knew how to order things. Or those young and beautiful girls. They were actually fish on the chopping board. They could only be said to be fish that was relatively nourished. In the middle of the tower, the lackeys of the church were responsible for maintaining order. In the upper level of the tower, they became the managers of the demons. They enjoyed certain rights and were directly loyal to Erdal's existence. In this enclosed environment, they had a good life. Of course, the top level was Erdal. To him, there were birds and flowers everywhere. The scenery was beautiful. This was the dragon's nest that he was very satisfied with. These people thought that the demons were the bad ones. In fact, these demons simply ate human flesh. In contrast, people's hearts were 100 times more sinister. The Derman who sneaked in finally escaped after many dangers. He reported the situation here to Gravel himself. After Gravel learned about it, he ordered the army to prepare to withdraw. They had to wait until the ceremony was over before leaving this place completely. Those beautiful young women who were selected seemed to be living a luxurious life in this enchantment. In fact, it was not that simple. Chapter 129. Many new ships were being built at the port of Pullin Port, including the restored warships of the previous empire. Most of the Derman slaves were working, and the Northland people were in charge of supervising the work. On the beach, there were many corpses that had been soaked and turned into giant statues. As for what a giant statue was, forget it, it was better not to know. Soon, the ceremony to thank God Olyager for his blessings would begin, and the people were busy with it. So many days had passed, and this formerly bustling city had now become dilapidated. These Southern Empire people were not tall. Compared to the tall and mighty bodies of the Northland people, they could really be said to be insignificant. The Empire people were best at scheming, but in the face of absolute force, it was not worth mentioning. But that being said, there were still many very powerful people among these Empire people who were very accomplished in all aspects. These people were worthy of respect, but they did not represent the majority. In fact, these Empire people were not that bad. Except for small fights, they were still considered diligent. Perhaps it was because they were too diligent, did not care about certain things, despised force, and looked down on military affairs, which led to their current disaster. But no matter what, in the game of the upper class, the unlucky ones were the people at the bottom, although the will of the lower class also determined their fate in the future. Get a Derman girl to play with, the two Northland warriors in charge of guarding said to each other, laughing. These days, this kind of scene was not strange. The captured Derman people were already numb to it. It was good to be alive, talk less and do more. Gravel had already ordered all books with Derman words to be burned. He wanted to completely erase the Derman language in this city. Finally, on the night of the ceremony, all the Northland people in the city were ready. Everyone sang and danced, and everyone was unusually excited. There was wine and food everywhere, and of course, there were countless beautiful women and killings. The Northland priest took out a huge sharp machete and beheaded the cow in the center of the bonfire. Immediately, the cow's blood flowed into the container prepared in advance. People smeared the blood on their faces, and some mixed it with wine and drank it. The Derman trembled with fear, the priest held up the head of the ox, and the crowd shouted with joy. The fate of the Derman and the ox was no different. Next, several beautiful Derman women were also tied up. They were the same as the cow. The only difference was that the tears of the beautiful women had dried up. Perhaps this was the best relief for them. The priest threw away the backs of the beautiful women and took their blood. All the Northland people happily joined in the feast. This was the best way to experience their god up close. The ceremony had not reached its climax yet. The nobles were brought up, and after a few screams, they were turned into a pile of flesh and blood. At this time, the climax of the ceremony came. The priest, whose face was painted white, was wearing a white robe, just like Azrael. They brought up the main character of the day, the old feudal lord, known as the Sleeping Lion, Drago Aldrich. He was Theoden's uncle, and it was not easy for him to survive until now at such an old age. The crowd cheered, because the highlight of the night was the execution of the Blood Eagle punishment on the old feudal lord. The so-called Blood Eagle punishment was to cut open the person's back, cut off his skin, and hang it on 2 trees. When the sun shone on it, it would look like a young eagle that wanted to soar with its wings open. This night, there were painful screams, cries, laughter, singing and dancing. Of course, there were happy and joyful cries of men and women. You all know. After a night of revelry, corpses littered the ground. Spring Harbor had become a burning city of the dead. Anyone who came here would probably vomit non-stop. Delman men strung up on pikes, white women, burning houses. Humans were indeed the most terrifying. War was the result of the people bearing the consequences of their superiors. Spring Harbor was a tragic and terrifying place. The next day, Gravel and the others were ready. They decided to return. This invasion and plunder had allowed them to obtain a huge amount of wealth and manpower from the Empire, as well as countless technologies. Along with them were the intelligence organizations that had been hiding here. This time, they had destroyed the Empire's strongest naval force in one fell swoop. It was April 12, 1501, the month of Dew. From the time they landed, Gravel and the others had caused immeasurable damage to the city, almost razing it to the ground. Later on, people would call this catastrophe the Whip of the Seven Gods, but this was a story for later. Gravel and the others returned with a bountiful harvest. This was their first expedition to the Empire, and they had achieved such results. It seemed that the Empire was only SOSO. Before this, there was an episode. When Horf and the others were retreating, a group of black-armored knights suddenly came out of the barrier. They were from the church. The bishop himself wore black armor and rode a tall horse, fully armed and wielding a long sword, to kill the Northland people. He wanted to save the Derman. He had fallen out with Erdal, and he had lost Erdal's protection. He did not want to be Erdal's lackey anymore. But in the face of the tide of Northland people, he was so scared that he chose to run away. He wanted to report everything that had happened here to the Pope. He ran fast enough. The knights who had already fought with the Northland people were not so lucky. They were all brutally killed. Soon, the church was ransacked, but they still could not get close to the area in front. Even the church was burned to ashes by the raging fire. The church's strength here was completely uprooted and eradicated, because Gravel had ordered that other faiths were not allowed to exist. In the place still protected by the barrier, St. Mary's Hotel. Young and beautiful women were poked in soft and wet places by Erdal with his thorny tail. Some of the beautiful women's skin was torn off like a chicken leg. Erdal respected women, but to people without souls, they were like playthings. Would you feel guilty because you ate a chicken leg? In this sealed place, there was only freedom and no restrictions. They could do as they pleased. All evil was allowed here. Erdal was the supreme law. This was the promised land that belonged to him and the demons under him. Intrigue, flattery, deceit, greed for vanity, and hypocrisy are not worth mentioning in front of me. Humans are pitifully small, and all their arrogance will be crushed under my feet. Destroy it. Compared to the pure path of demons, the human world is more disgusting. If the laws that govern this world are wrong, Then let me break the laws of this world. Erdal smiled contemptuously. Chapter 130. In a vast snowy region, a shirtless, muscular man was practicing his swordsmanship. That man was me, Larik Ferde. Avina and I had been practicing in the mountains of the Kingdom of Northland for a long time. It had been so long that we didn't know what was going on in the outside world. We also didn't know that Gravel's fleet had already plundered the economic hub of the southern part of the empire, Springport. It was now the 6th of May, 1501. Gravel's fleet had already returned to the capital of the Kingdom of Northland, Gorgon. An unprecedented celebration was being held there to celebrate the triumphant return of Gravel's fleet. Gravel's fleet had gained a lot from this invasion of the empire. Whether it was slaves, horses, women, treasures, airships, warships, crossbows, magic crystal cannons, and many other things, they all made people eager to conquer the broken empire. Not only that, they also captured the rear admiral of the Naland Navy, who had single-handedly established the Naland defense line. But I didn't know any of this in the mountains, and I didn't care about it now. None of this had anything to do with me, because I had more important things to do. Avina and I had been relying on each other for so long, and we had to prepare for what was going to happen next. After such a long time of preparation, I felt that the time was almost right. Under the guidance of the Belgrave Flammarion, my combat skills and draconic magic had become more proficient, and I could use them freely. At the same time, I also learned a lot of things that happened in the past. It wasn't a matter between mortals, but between gods. The current me was no longer the me of the past. It could be said that my realm and vision had become higher. I learned a lot of things, including some of the realms of strength. In addition to ordinary people, there were some powerhouses above them, such as angels, demons, and dragons. This was a level. These powerhouses often stopped at the strength of their physical bodies or magic. They were definitely stronger than human powerhouses, but this was not absolute. Some humans could also reach this level through hard work. Above them were high-level dragons, archangels, and demon lords. The strength of this level was even more powerful and was equivalent to the elite level. Although very few people had reached this level, there were still many people on this continent who had reached this level as time passed. But on the internet, that was a level that not many humans could reach. That was the domain level. It could be said that the domain level was a threshold. It was when one's physical body and magic power reached a state of perfection. The next step would be the god's domain. However, it was not that easy to reach the domain stage. One had to have a certain level of understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Although it was rare, it was still far beyond that. In the domain realm, the most common ones were dragons, demon kings, and archangels. These were the true experts of this level. Because I inherited the physical and spiritual power of the Belgrave Flammarion, and I absorbed the dragon soul power of the Giron di Lago, it wasn't surprising that my spiritual power returned to the state of a domain. Under the guidance of Yang Long, I cultivated for such a long time, so it was relatively easy for me to reach the domain level. This wasn't because of how hard I worked, but because I was a dragon descendant. I was the Belgrave Flammarion, and the Belgrave Flammarion was me. On the other hand, ever since Ari Wayner started training with me, her rate of improvement couldn't even be described as rapid. It was practically breaking through her limits. I had to admit that whether it was the mysterious blue magic protecting her body or Avina's background, I felt more and more that this woman had many secrets that I didn't know. Her resolute eyes, her feelings for me, her tolerance and understanding of me. Ever since she made up her mind to become stronger with me, I couldn't leave this woman in my heart. I felt that no matter what I encountered, I wouldn't be afraid or confused. Similarly, in order to protect Avina, I would never let go of anyone who dared to hurt her, no matter who they were. I had a responsibility, and my heart was filled with endless love for Avina. With Avina's current strength, although there was still a gap between her and the domain level, compared to ordinary high-level dragons, archangels, and demon lords, Avina's strength was much stronger than theirs. From an ordinary girl to such strength, it was simply terrifying. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I probably wouldn't have believed it. At the place where we lived, on the calm surface of the lake, I stood in the air, my skin replaced by blazing dragon scales, and I transformed into a half-dragon. I held the sword of retribution in my hand, and injected the dragon soul power of the Belgrave Flammarion into the sword, turning it into a sword that could burn. Because this sword of retribution wasn't an ordinary sword, I found it in the trash pile of the mermaid Princess Alice in the deep-sea fortress. It was a one-handed sword forged by a dwarven master forger, and could be said to be famous and incomparably sharp. At this moment, I had completely entered a state of selflessness. This state of selflessness allowed me to toss all the trivial matters and worries of the mortal world to the back of my mind. Ever since I started learning draconic magic from the Belgrave Flammarion, this draconic magic, which contained the path of destruction, filled me with the desire to kill. My emotions were easily agitated and difficult to control, but this was also one of the directions of my cultivation. My decisiveness when wielding the sword, every baptism of iron and blood, transformed me into a sharp sword that was unstoppable. The purer it was, the more frightening it was, and the greater its might. It was easy to say that one had no distracting thoughts, but in practice, perhaps only a person with strong enough willpower would be able to do so. The small wooden house we lived in had a lake, a mountain, and a forest. Later on, the Belgrave Flammarion told me that this was the place where he had trained in the past. Of course, only I would be able to find this place, because a barrier had been set up here. Apart from gods, no one at the domain level would be able to discover this place. In this beautiful place, Avina and I became stronger together, because we knew that the enemies we were about to face were 3 demon kings who would definitely not show any mercy to us. These 3 domain-level demon kings were different from the previous ones. They were either new or had shown mercy to us. These 3 demon kings wanted to eliminate me as soon as they saw me, and then they themselves wanted to become reincarnated demon gods. At the very least, they wanted to steal the Athel magic equipment in my hands. I could only become stronger. Only then would I be able to complete my mission and protect the people I loved. Of course, now that I had reached the domain level, I wanted to leave this place and find an ancient corpse emperor with Avina to retrieve the magic equipment. Chapter 131. Just like that, Avina and I put on warm clothes. The temperature in the far north was too cold. Although I was very strong because of my draconic magic, my human form limited some of my abilities. It could be said that in my human form, without transforming, I was only a little stronger than ordinary people. However, compared to a domain realm expert, I couldn't even withstand a single blow. There were only 3 domain realm demon kings left. They were the ancient corpse emperor, the fallen angel, and the lord of curses. These 3 were my targets. However, I heard from the Belgrave Flammarion that there was a domain realm expert in the far north. This person was very mysterious. He could be called a true ascetic. He had no desires. He wore coarse clothes and rarely ate food. He cultivated all year round and walked in the far north. Not many people had seen him. Other than domain-level masters like Flame Dragon Belgrave, who might be able to see him, there weren't many ordinary people who could see him. The Belgrave Flammarion told me that I had fused with the dragon soul power of Giron di Lago. In addition, I had been cultivating for a long time. In theory, my strength should have reached the domain realm. However, I had just reached the domain realm. I didn't have any real combat experience. I was only relying on the battle tactics that Yang Long taught me. However, in a real battle, it wasn't that simple. There were many factors that would affect my performance. However, according to the Belgrave Flammarion, this ascetic didn't like the power struggles of the secular world. He didn't have much of a distinction between good and evil. He just cultivated instinctively to become stronger. It was as if this world had nothing to do with him. This time, we came here hoping to find this ascetic and exchange some pointers with him. We wanted to see where the gap between us was. At the same time, I wanted to gain some real combat experience. This way, it would be much better than me going directly to the ancient corpse emperor. After all, he wouldn't be merciful anymore. It was very difficult to find a person in this vast world. Moreover, the person we were looking for was a domain realm expert. I really hoped that I could meet this mysterious ascetic. I heard that his background was also very mysterious. Avina and I walked through the snowstorm one after another. Avina's strength had also improved rapidly during this period of time. Although she wasn't much stronger than me, she wasn't much weaker than me. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't have been able to survive in such a harsh environment. Because we were looking for someone, we didn't dare to move too fast. Of course, we couldn't move fast even if we wanted to. Just like that, we didn't know how long we had been searching in the snowy plains of the extreme north. We hadn't eaten anything for many days, and had only relied on the water melted from the snow to quench our thirst. On this day, we finally arrived at the foot of a tall mountain. It felt like we were about to enter the territory of the Dwarf Kingdom. Avina and I saw a clear stream flowing down from the snowy mountain. We were very happy. After drinking our fill, we realized that this was indeed a good place. The pine and cypress trees that were covered in snow revealed a touch of green. The surroundings were full of vitality. We had seen too much white in the past few days. If the Belgrave Flammarion hadn't told us to cover our eyes with black gauze, we would have gone blind from dizziness. Avina and I lit some firewood here. Then, we took out some food from our spatial rings and rested for a while. I was always happy when I was with Avina. I felt that no matter what I experienced, as long as I was with Avina, I would feel much more at ease. We set up a simple camp here. I went around to see if there was any prey I could hunt. Previously, there was too little. There was only snow and snow. Finally, we arrived at a place with some vitality. I felt that there should be prey around. Behind us was a tall mountain. I decided to go up and search. Avina went with me. We summoned Sim. Sim was the Singha pirates that Avina and I had encountered back then. We were imprisoned on a ship. Later, the ship had an accident and drifted to an island. On that ship, I had saved a sled dog and named it Sim. Later, Avina had formed a contract with it and it became a summoned beast. Now, Sim could travel with us. After exiting the magical space, it happily stuck out its tongue and ran through the snowy mountain. A snow fox appeared in front of us. Sim dashed forward and wanted to catch it. However, with Sim's speed and agility, it couldn't catch up with the fox. The fox had white fur all over its body. It was very cunning and smart. We chased after it. Avina's speed and agility couldn't catch up with the snow fox. If I transformed into my half-dragon form, the snow fox definitely wouldn't be able to escape from my hands. However, I wouldn't do that. It wouldn't be fun to hunt that way. At this moment, we followed the snow fox. Unknowingly, we had arrived at the entrance of a cave in the mountain. The snow fox had disappeared into thin air right under my nose. I was curious and went to check the cave entrance. Avina also followed me. However, we didn't find anything. Just as we were about to give up, we felt an oppressive pressure descend on us. I was very familiar with this pressure. It was just like when I had first met Yang Long and Belle Lev. However, this time, the pressure was much stronger. Avina's reaction was even more obvious. She definitely hadn't reached the domain level yet. Naturally, she couldn't resist this kind of domain level pressure. Stranger, you should let this snow fox go. She has accompanied me here for many years. The voice was actually speaking in the ancient Northland language. Although I rarely spoke the Northland language, I could still understand most of the words. Avina was in pain. She couldn't even stretch her body. Fortunately, this pressure didn't last for long. Soon, the person we hadn't met before dispelled it. Could it be an ascetic from the far north? In this desolate and uninhabited place, the only one with such strength could only be that mysterious ascetic cultivator from the extreme north. However, until now, we hadn't even seen this expert's face. We had only heard his voice. His voice was very bold. It was clear that his strength was definitely above ours. Facing such a person, our attitude was very polite. At this moment, We were quite happy. After all, after searching for so many days, we had finally found this legendary ascetic. Hard work pays off. I didn't expect that we would find him because of a snow fox. Chapter 132. Come in, young man. Then, the voice called me and Avina to enter the cave. Avina and I entered the cave. The cave entrance was a little narrow. I didn't know why the stranger called us in, but I believed that it couldn't be anything bad. After entering the cave, we realized that the narrow cave entrance had suddenly become wide and spacious. A small bridge over flowing water, a stone pavilion, a stone table, and a stone chair appeared in front of Avina and me. Then, an old man with long blonde hair wearing coarse hemp clothes walked over. Behind him was the snow fox we had been chasing earlier. The snow fox looked at us with a pair of intelligent eyes. She hid behind the old man, obviously still afraid of us. Young man, you didn't come here just for my snow fox. Tell me, what do you want? Although the old man looked very old, he looked very energetic. I want to spar with you. I know that you're a domain expert. I hope that you can help me, I said. You want to spar with me? That's great. I haven't met a worthy opponent for many years. When the old man heard that he wanted to spar with me, he laughed happily like a child. Then, where do you want to spar? It's not good here, I said. Please follow me. The old man led us out of the cave. After leaving the cave, we came to the peak of the mountain. There was a flat ground there. The old man said that this was the place where he practiced his swordsmanship. Here, we could spar as much as we wanted. Then, I won't be polite. Then, I transformed into my half-dragon state. However, after exchanging 2 moves, I clearly felt that something was wrong. How was this a spar? He was going to kill me. As soon as I opened my mouth to say something, I felt a strong force on my butt. The stranger had kicked me down the mountain. I heard the wind whistling in my ears. I was flying in the sky. After a long time, I fell to the ground with a peng sound. Fortunately, I wasn't injured. However, I felt that my bones were about to break. Although I already have the strength of a domain, I haven't completely dragonized yet. So, falling from such a high mountain still made me dizzy and faint. Looking in the direction I fell, the old man shook his head and sighed. Young man, it is not that I am being cruel, but this opportunity cannot be missed. In a while, you will understand the mysteries behind it. Avina was very worried about me. She wanted to go down to look for me, but the old man stopped her with a smile. He said that he knew who I was the moment he saw me. When I transformed, he couldn't be more familiar with my aura. He told Avina not to worry. He was doing this to help me. They only needed to wait here for a while. I didn't know how much time had passed before I slowly woke up. I cursed the old man for being unkind before I got up. I couldn't do anything about it. At this time, it was useless to scold him. I first checked my body. After confirming that there were no major problems, I stood up. However, the scene in front of me gave me a huge shock. In front of me was a huge mountain gate that was simple and unadorned, but had a majestic aura. It was already dark, and the stone gate shone under the moonlight. The patterns on it were dazzling. It was like the residence of the gods in the legends. The stone gate had Elvish and Northland words on it. What is this place? My breathing became a little hurried. I had lived for so many years, but I had never heard of such a place in this world. Although I didn't know why I had stumbled here and how the old man had coincidentally kicked me to the entrance of the cave, I had a familiar feeling. It was a feeling of déjà vu. It was as if I had been here in my dreams before. However, no matter how hard I racked my brain, I couldn't remember when I had been here. I stood still and subconsciously walked toward the mountain gate. It was as if there was some kind of power pulling me. When I reached the entrance of the cave, I subconsciously used my hand to push the gate. Unfortunately, the gate didn't budge. I frowned and pulled the gate again, but it still didn't budge. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, something strange happened. I found that the originally tightly shut cave door was slowly opening. At that time, I was startled. I thought that someone had come out of the cave. I quickly moved to the side and stared at the entrant. However, I waited for a while, but no one came out of the cave. However, I could clearly see the situation inside the cave. It was a huge building that looked like a temple. There was no light inside, but it was still as bright as day. I didn't know what it relied on to produce such a dazzling light. The entire building was brightly lit. The strange scene in front of me made me drop my jaw. Except for shock, there was no other word that could describe my feelings at that moment. After confirming that there were no living creatures in the temple-like building, I cautiously walked towards the open stone door. After each step, I vigilantly looked around. After confirming that there was no danger, I continued to move forward. However, that was also because I was still young at that time. I was very curious about things. If it were the current me, perhaps I wouldn't be so impulsive. But then again, if it weren't for my curiosity and impulsiveness, there wouldn't have been such a coincidence. Finally, I entered the stone gate and stepped into the temple. In front of the temple, there was a huge statue. I didn't know who it was. At this time, I got a closer look at the situation inside the temple. It turned out that the four walls of the temple were inlaid with gems of various colors. That was why it was as bright as day. As long as one had a bit of knowledge, they would be able to see that each of the gems inlaid on the walls was priceless. If one of them was taken to the market outside, it would be priceless. However, these things weren't that valuable to me. Therefore, my eyes didn't stay too long on the luxurious decorations of the temple. Instead, I looked around the temple to explore. The temple was very big, but it was very spacious. Aside from the dazzling decorations on the four sides, there were only two structures in the middle of the temple. One of them was the statue I saw when I first came in. Behind the statue was a stone platform. I didn't know if I should go and take a look. Just in case, I used my domain to cover the place, but I didn't find anything unusual. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.